Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I'll try that again. Good morning, everyone. Okay, awesome. We have guests in the house, and thank you all for being here. I just have to tell you, it's just so exciting. Thank you for joining us today for today's meeting here in Indianapolis. I'm Susan Brooks, former representative of Indiana's 5th Congressional District, and very proud and honored to have the Indianapolis Motor Speedway host us today. I'm here with colleagues, and we want to also begin by just thanking our fiscal sponsor, Hudson Institute. Some of us know Hudson Institute. They used to be here in Indianapolis, and our donors for their support. We wouldn't be able to host meetings like this without their support. I'd particularly like to extend my utmost gratitude to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, their president, Doug Bowles, who you'll hear from in a short time, and all of the staff here at the Motor Speedway who work very hard to make this location perfect, made it possible for us to hold this meeting here at this historic location. I would like to invite my old friend, Doug Bowles, to please come forward and make a few remarks. And where would you like him, Asha?
Wherever he would like to be.
Okay.
Let's say loud.
Can everybody hear me okay? I just want to say thank you for coming. When Representative Brooks called and said we'd be interested in hosting this event here, we were excited to say yes, because we don't get to have the Indianapolis 500 without the support of law enforcement from the most local level to the most national level. On race day here this May for the Indy 500, we had 330,000 people in this venue. We are the world's largest sporting venue with 235,000 permanent seats, 100,000 people in the infield. It is the second largest city in the state of Indiana inside the racetrack on race day. And we can't do it without all of the other things that cities and states have to do inside the racetrack. So it doesn't matter if it's law enforcement, whether it's ambulance services, or whether it's keeping our customers safe. And working with our unified committee to not just coming through the gates, but all of the things that you guys are going to talk about today. So Sergeant Brown with IMPD is one of our most trusted partners, helps us think through how are we prepared for biodefense situations. Really over the last 10 years, we've worked directly with the National Guard, with IMPD, and with our folks at the Department of Defense to make sure that we keep our customers safe. We have troops walking grounds with sensors. We have sensors on the grounds to think about how are we protecting folks here. We're on a day like today with nothing going on. That's flu test. We use this facility to make sure that we're here. We have folks here, but we also want to use this facility, folks like you, at the learning ground, so that we go to other events or other communities, we can test things here. Track was built in 1909 to test the new technology. They think about the early 90s. That's all about the horse-drawn carriage to the horseless and lots of automobile made it. A guy named Carl Fisher, 150 years ago, built the Indianapolis stars with test new technology. They fight all over the world to come test their cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I like to think that if Carl Fisher were alive today, we'd be excited. We're still racing cars here, but meetings like this, where we're talking about new technology, we're sharing about our community, in our state, in our state. And you'd be very proud to think that's what's in our DNA. Having you all here, Congressman Brooks, all basically for us to say yes. For those of you that aren't familiar with racing, best known for the Indianapolis 500, that are 107 500 last day, 240 days. We didn't have the 108 running of these 500. My favorite day of the year when all those folks come here for that. Every state that you can. Thank you. Our crowd here. Almost 40 days we celebrate our freedom of our country, the men and women who served in it, with those men and women made the ultimate sacrifice. We can have a meeting like this in a free country. So that is one of the things that pride ourselves and think that we give thanks to those who allow us. So thank so much here. Get a chance. You can go to yard race that asphalt. Our yard races our start finish line that you can go out there and check it out. And thank you so much for being here. I can't get our sleep line, all our local park, National Guard, dump bus day. Here, it's this first
Can we please give Doug and his team a round of applause? Thank you, Doug. There's not much more I can say about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway except the entire month of May. This is the place to be in the world. And so also what Doug didn't mention and what we will touch on as well today, when the pandemic hit in 2020, the Indy 500 was postponed, making it the first time since 1946 that the race wouldn't be held on Memorial Day weekend. Drivers later participated in an empty stadium when race day eventually came. The Speedway took the advice from public health and biodefense officials before and throughout the pandemic to keep communities and our communities safe. A great example of this is the partnership then that formed with the State Department of Health, where the Speedway became the vaccination and testing site, or the hub. 90,000 people came here and were vaccinated. So the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was the hub of safety. I'm excited. We're also going to hear today from Dr. Julia Vaser. She is the first female medical director in the Speedway's history. And we're going to learn about how she addresses biological and other threats. We're going to hear, as you've heard from IMPD and the FBI, about how they prepare and would respond to biological threats to mass gatherings and other types of venues. I have to just share with you, before I joined this incredibly esteemed commission, and I know many of you here in the room, I had the pleasure of serving the northern part of Indianapolis. Congressman Andre Carson serves this part, and we worked in a very bipartisan way, always on public safety issues. And we know that Hoosiers suffered greatly throughout the pandemic. We had over 25,000 deaths in Indiana, and we learned that we must do better. And we knew that we needed to do better and that we as a state and a nation can do better. We can respond quicker and prevent so many from dying and falling ill. The commission that you see here today and those who are joining us on Zoom believe that we can take the threat of pandemics off the table in 10 years if we commit money, if we commit resources, and we commit our best ideas to implementing what is called the National Blueprint for Biodefense, which was issued back in 2015, and the Apollo Program for Biodefense. So if you haven't read these reports, I ask you to consider to do so later, because we take recommendations from the experts we're going to hear from all day, and we, in a bipartisan way, craft those recommendations, put them into, forms that members of Congress and that the White House can take up, can learn from. So you are here to educate members of Congress and the White House. So I'm thrilled to be here today to hear from these speakers. Now, while COVID-19 is fresh in everyone's minds, other infectious diseases continue to threaten Indiana, and especially our food and agriculture sector. The United States is currently experiencing one of the worst outbreaks of the highly pathogenic avian influenza, or bird flu, in history. Over 58 million birds have been affected, resulting in economic costs of at least $3 billion. Indiana alone has lost nearly 230,000 birds, most of them being commercial turkeys. In case you didn't know, Indiana's fourth in the nation for producing, right, Governor? Producing and raising turkeys, with the poultry industry in Indiana bringing in about $1.2 billion to Indiana's economy. So we're eager to hear later this afternoon from Dr. Brett Marsh, our longtime Indiana State veterinarian, and representatives from academia on our last panel to talk about protecting plant and animal agriculture in Indiana. Finally, one of the other things you're going to learn about today, and what I think we need to be so very proud of, is the Governor's Public Health Commission, of which I had the honor of serving as a citizen advisor. Governor Eric Holcomb, who's before us, we're so pleased you could be here, established the commission in August of 21. With the charge of evaluating our current public health system, which he knew needed improved in the state of Indiana, and identifying opportunities for improvement and issuing a report. We had monthly meetings from September of 21 to June of 22 with significant public input, and the commission released its report in August of 22. And we're going to hear from the governor and from the former state health commissioner, Dr. Chris Box, about that report and about what happened. At this time, I must tell you, it's such an honor to be with my esteemed colleagues. But one of the gentlemen that started this commission, along with former Senator Lieberman, Joe Lieberman, is Governor Tom Ridge, who served as the first Homeland Security Director under President Bush. And we're so pleased that Governor Ridge is joining us, our chairman, co-chair of this commission. And at this time, Governor, we'd love to hear any opening remarks you'd like to make. And welcome to Indiana, to the Motor Speedway.
Well, thank you, Susan. As I listened carefully to the list of events that you continue to host in Indiana during the COVID, I was kind of curious whether or not you got this great statewide high school basketball history. Were you able to preserve that Hoosier tradition during COVID?
Governor,
We played on.
pardon?
We played on.
As the governor said, we played on, and I believe he has shot a basket in all 92 counties and every fabulous basketball gymnasium in the state.
Well, thank you, Susan. I certainly apologize for my inability to be with you and my esteemed colleagues in person today. And good morning to everyone. I understand and certainly appreciate the significance of the issues we will be just tackling and discussing today when it comes to the critical roles that state and local government have dealing with biological threats. It's important perspectives for the commission to appreciate and understand that state and local perspective. We're pleased and honored to know that your governor, Eric Holcomb, will be joining us today to discuss these topics from his perspective. It's probably not an appropriate comparison to say that during my tenure as governor, I had to deal with a fairly significant national emergency. It was not quite as expansive as the COVID challenge, but following the horrifying attacks of 9/11, which included an airliner crashing here into my home state, obviously the whole country began to deal with the question of terrorism. Frankly, I'm eager to hear from Governor Holcomb about how he dealt with a different kind of national emergency that affected his state and the country, the COVID-19 pandemic. Much to be learned from the governor's perspective. As you pointed out, Susan, the governor played a very critical role in keeping Hoosiers safe during the pandemic. And I look forward to discussing these issues as governor to governor. So I know we have many distinguished speakers today, and I want to thank you for giving us your time and sharing your perspective and history with us. And we look forward to hearing your remarks. And as Susan has mentioned, we've held multiple hearings around the country, and we're able to glean from those some action items that we've been able to incorporate in previous years into, I think, very substantive reports, which we were able to share with our friends in Congress and the White House. Back to you, Susan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Governor. Next, I'd like to turn it over to this meeting's co-chair, my former colleague, former U.S. Representative from Florida, and former Secretary of Health and Human Services, Dr. Donna Shalala, to make some comments.
Thank you very much, Susan, and welcome, Governor Holcomb. Like many people on this panel, all of us have some kind of Indiana experience. I grew up in Ohio, but my college roommate was from Martinsville, so I've been in and out of Indiana most of my life. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'll make it with my cousins who are huge fans. But here we're going to address matters of national, state, and local importance. The COVID-19 pandemic illuminated how incredibly vulnerable we are as a nation to a biological event. It particularly highlighted how important it is to understand the role of state and local governments in responding to a biological event. Additionally, COVID-19 revealed the enormous number of challenges that faced state and local hospital systems during a biological event, where beds and staff and medical equipment are in limited supply. It's imperative that our country determines how state, local, tribal, and territorial and the federal governments can better coordinate and decide who does what before a biological event and not after things spin out of control. That's why I'm particularly interested in hearing from our second panel today. During that panel, we're going to hear perspectives from the state and local levels of government, as well as from Indiana University's health system representatives. In January of 2022, all of the hospitals in the Indiana University health system were well over capacity, with some at a staggering 120%. These challenges required that IU Health partner with state and local and federal government entities to acquire personal protective equipment, perform research and collect and analyze data, and administer tests and vaccines. Having been president of more than a couple of universities and having served as Secretary of Health and Human Services in the Clinton administration, I look forward to hearing from Tory Castor, the Senior Vice President of Governmental Affairs at IU Health, about the academic research and medical communities, how they can come together with government to improve our resilience to biological threats. Another important lesson we learned from the pandemic was that events attended by large numbers of people can be at greater risk of exposure to infectious disease. Many sports organizations outright canceled entire seasons when COVID-19 spread throughout the world. You've heard about the role of Indy 500 during the pandemic. And also, we know what the NBA did. They created a biosecure bubble at Walt Disney World in Bay Lake, Florida, to protect its players from COVID-19 during the final 8 games of the 2019-2020 regular season and throughout the 2020 NBA playoffs. After the success of the NBA bubble, the NBA has made it part of a contingency plan for future pandemics or major disease outbreaks. And I hope to learn more about this bubble strategy from John Ball, who is Vice President for Security and Advanced Services at the Pacers. I look forward to hearing from all of our distinguished panelists today and engaging in very productive discussions about those important issues. So back to you, Susan.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to turn to former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, if he has any opening comments. Welcome.
Well, Susan, let me just say I wish I could be there with you personally. And to our many attendees and to everyone watching online, let me just say how fortunate we are to have your leadership and your participation on the commission. You've just been an outstanding member of Congress and a member of this commission dedicated to these very, very critical issues. So to have your leadership as prominent as it's been is something that I think is a real treasure for us and for our real prospects for getting work done. I just identify with both Donna and our chairman in recognizing how critical it is that we get a better understanding, not only in Washington, but around the country on issues that are affecting our national security. So I can't think of a better venue than this, and I really look forward to a very productive session this morning and this afternoon. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Senator. He has been on the commission from the beginning, from its inception. Next, I'm going to turn to our newest member, former representative from Michigan, Fred Upton. Welcome to Indianapolis.
Well, it is nice to be here, and I really look forward to coming back in December with my Michigan Wolverines, maybe just down the street. Sorry, I don't think we'll be playing Purdue based on their start, but Governor is one that represented 3 counties for 36 years on the Michigan-Indiana border. I know Indiana well, and of course, served with Jackie Walorski. She and I flew literally back and forth to D.C. from South Bend. That was my airport all those times. And it was a delight to have both Susan and Larry Bouchon serving on Energy and Commerce when I was the chairman from 2010 to 2016. And of course, our highlight was the enactment of 21st Century Cures. Indiana companies like Lilly, Michigan companies like Pfizer, all weighed in to help us write a law that would expedite the approval of drugs and devices. Peggy Hamburg was a major player in that effort because she was then chair she was the FDA commissioner. And we asked her many times, what could we do to help to get these drugs out? That was before COVID. And of course, with COVID, we had to find a way to help with people across the globe. And because of what we did, when it was the last bill that President Obama signed into law, we were able to get that vaccine probably 6 or 8 months earlier than otherwise it would have happened, and literally saved hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives around the globe by able to actually get that out of my district. And Paul Ebner is going to be here. He's from Kalamazoo. He went to K College. I look forward to seeing him. But the effort that we did, and Susan was a major player on that effort, was a major bipartisan bill, 392 to 26. We really saved the world. And what this commission does is we're looking for the next one. What can we do to help? Your leadership, not only with the National Governors Association, governors across the country, was essential as we dealt with this crisis. I am a new member of this. I've learned a lot, and we're looking forward to working together and getting input. And again, I look forward to coming back to Indy that first Saturday in December.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. And next, I'll turn it over to former representative from Pennsylvania, Jim Greenwood, also a longtime member of the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for arranging for us to be here today. And good morning, everyone. I, along with some of my other colleagues here today, joined this commission at its founding in 2014. And in the first couple of years, we spent a lot of time bringing experts in from around the country to help us understand how we could be more prepared for the eventuality of a pandemic or the eventuality of a bioterror event. In 2015, we published our first report, a blueprint for biodefense. And when we released it and we publicized it, we said it is not a question of if there will be a major pandemic, or in fact, if there will be a major bioterror event. It's just a question of when that's going to happen. And it was hard for policymakers to become excited about that because it had been almost 100 years since the Spanish flu of 1918, which killed 50 million people. But we said we needed to be prepared. I will say some policy makers took us up on some of our recommendations, but unfortunately, not enough policy makers took us up on enough of our recommendations. So when the COVID pandemic hit, far more people died than needed to. Had we had more people taking our recommendations seriously. This event today is also going to be focused not on the pandemic realities, but on the eventuality of a bioterror event. And again, it's hard for people in the public and policymakers to get terribly excited about, are we prepared enough for such an event? Because we haven't had a major bioterror event in this country. But just as the 9/11 terrorists chose the Twin Towers as a place that was iconic and where they could have the greatest impact on murdering people and on striking terror into the nation and making us live with that terror as we do to this moment. A major location like this raceway, where we have 330,000 people at one place, is a perfect target. And you can be certain that there are evil people in this world who think about how they might strike this facility, along with other similar facilities, and do tremendous damage both to lives and to our national psyche. So I'm very interested in learning from the governor and from others here today, other witnesses, how you are thinking about preparing for such an eventuality. And thank you for doing that, for preparing, because as I've said, it's not a question of if we're going to have events like this, but when the next one will come. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And last but certainly not least, another new member to the commission, Dr. Peggy Hamburg, who is the former Food and Drug Administrator under President Obama and also has an Indiana connection.
Well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. And I am, in fact, the daughter of a proud Hoosier. My father was born and raised in Evansville, Indiana, and He graduated from the University of Indiana as an undergraduate and medical school. So Indiana is sort of an iconic location for me because of that. But Indiana stands out in so many important ways, and it's really such a thrill and honor to be here today and with so many distinguished representatives of components of leadership in this great state. I realized as we were introducing ourselves that I am the only one here that is not from elected office. I foolishly pursued a career in medicine instead of politics, although most of my my career has been in public service, including, as noted, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, but also I was Commissioner of Health in New York City under both a Democratic and a Republican mayor, I might add. But I really appreciate the opportunity today to hear from those of you who experienced the COVID pandemic, working at the state and local level, trying to interact with the public you serve and also with the federal government and beyond, and how you're thinking about the lessons learned from that experience to strengthen and extend public health and its reach. So that is one very, very important topic we're going to address today. Also, the opportunity to talk more about agriculture and biological threats, both deliberate and naturally occurring to agriculture and agricultural systems. We know how much of a driver of the economy in this state and our nation agriculture is. We know how fundamental access to adequate and nutritious food is. And we know how vulnerable, in fact, this is. And again, it's an area that's been underaddressed, underappreciated in terms of many policies and programs, but where we now have the opportunity, thanks to many advances in science and technology and a renewed focus, to do more. And then finally, sitting here, thinking about the huge challenge of protecting people from threats that could occur in a mass gathering setting like this one, and how much goes into the planning to prevent problems from occurring in the first place, and into the planning to enable rapid response. And it's a rare opportunity to delve more deeply into a problem that faces so many places in this country and around the world. The expertise that you bring to this is extraordinary. And Governor, the opportunity to hear from you how busy you are, to take the time to meet with us and give your perspectives and let us draw from your experience is really just a tremendous honor. So thank you very much. And I will stop talking so that we can actually hear from you.
Thank you, Peggy. And so thank you all to my colleagues. Want to just very briefly introduce our governor, who needs very little introduction, but Eric Holcomb is our 51st governor in the state of Indiana. He is a lifelong Hoosier. Also, so importantly, he is a veteran of the United States Navy. He was elected to his second term in 2020, receiving the most votes for any governor in history. How do you like that, Governor Ridge? So that's impressive. And I must say, he continued a pretty incredible legacy of our business community. Indiana employees, we're enjoying consecutive commitments of jobs coming to the state of Indiana. And in 2023, Forbes ranked Indiana the #1 best state in the country to start a business. But the governor recognized that wasn't enough. We had public health challenges, and those were front and center during the pandemic. And so he created the Governor's Public Health Commission in 2021. I'm not going to talk about that more. He also serves on the executive committee of the Republican Governors Association, and we know that governors, Republicans and Democrats, have been critical in keeping our state safe. I already talked to you about him being a lifelong basketball fan. And with that, Governor Holcomb, thank you so much for coming out to the Motor Speedway today and sharing with us thoughts about mass gatherings and thoughts about the Public Health Commission. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And not only for that introduction, but thank you for continuing to answer your nation's and state's call and these various duties that you keep saying yes to. And state of Indiana is forever in your debt for not just this, taking on this bipartisan effort, but for the Public Health Commission role that you played a huge role in. And I'll get to more of that later. But these leadership roles, they seek you. And you always say yes, and we're appreciative of that. This topic that we're here to discuss today has a unique charter, I think, in that, and it's an essential one. But we have so many lively debates going on, some more important than others, some louder than others, some that kind of fly under the radar, some that citizens just assume things are being taken care of. But on this topic, on the topic of biodefense and our readiness posture, there is no more important debate to have or conversation to have, and what's at stake and the role of government in it. It is essential. There are very few organizations or collections of citizens that can come together to meet the moment like a state or a federal government with the partnership of the local community. And so this commission found the right approach, in my estimation, and striking the right balance in terms of private citizens, all very accomplished, but having the credible voice that can connect with our nation's capital and our state capitals all over the country on this very topic. You're working literally at the crossroads of a public-private partnership to really get at addressing this issue. And it's my privilege to be with you. I wouldn't be a good host especially following Doug Bowles, who I think you could infer by his comments that tickets are still available. That is a big infield. But the 300,000 of our closest friends would love to see you all here as well. So December and May, Fred, we hope to see you, and you can wear whatever university T-shirt you want in the infield or not. But welcome back to Indiana in many cases, and obviously Susan knows her way around here. You've probably been here more than 10 times in the last 10 years. But for many, it's maybe the first visit or a rare visit. So I want to make sure you feel welcome and you feel welcome to come back. Highly recommend taking in the race. Among other things, my job here today will be, and you've all alluded to it, is sharing Indiana's potential role in this conversation as we go about doing our work. We have as was alluded to earlier or already articulated, a well above the average interest in biodefense for reasons I'll explain in just a minute. And we have a well above the average ability to contribute, as you mentioned, innovations and solutions, things we have brought to bear in past experiences, which could benefit the entire nation where biodefense is concerned. So I'll use the bulk of my time slot here to discuss a kind of a general approach and some of the unique contributions that we think that we can make. So let me start with, as I said, our interests and our expertise in biodefense itself. Unlike some places in America, some maybe flashier places, as I said, we tend to fly under the radar. We don't always brag about our rankings, but as was mentioned, we have quite a few. You mentioned Forbes. You mentioned us being a top ag state in America. We are number one in all 50 states in terms of duck production and veal. We are number 2 in eggs. We are number 3 in pounds of turkey. We are number 5 in hogs. So that list really does go on and on and on. And that really represents the stake that we have in this conversation at the end of the day in understanding and then in mitigating, and I'm glad Dr. Marsh will be with you as well, the impact of biological threats on and to animals, it's equally large as that means to our GDP, that plus 30 billion annually. Secondly, Indiana pulls off some of the biggest, as evidenced here, some of the biggest sporting events, gatherings, not just in the nation, but in the world. This is the single largest gathering on Memorial Day. It's that Sunday of Memorial Day weekend anywhere in the world. Plus, he mentioned 330 last year. So always, over 300,000 people. We're also a major, beyond racing, a major convening point for other sporting events. And we mentioned, Fred mentioned March Madness, or being back here for basketball in 2021. If you can wrap your brain around this, because of that backdrop, mostly in Indianapolis, Bloomington and West Lafayette participated in it as well in the opening rounds, but we hosted the entire March Madness in one state, really in one city, 67 games, quite a feat to pull off. And we were able to do it safely and securely with a lot of cooperation and coordination with the city, with the state, with our federal partners as well. And I don't think we were chosen randomly. I think that was an informed decision, one of high confidence that was made. It's because we have a reputation for hosting large events. We do big events. And so having that experience and that background, we've hosted the Super Bowl, we've hosted recently a National College Football Championship, too many Final Fours to count. Again, all of March Madness in 1 year, with Governor Ridge High School basketball, those state championships going on kind of simultaneously or leading up to, with the backdrop of that pandemic that has crept into everyone's comments already. And knowing that we've had too many in 102 years, we've learned an awful lot from that. Number one, you want to fix the roof when the sun's shining, not when it's raining. And so how we are prepared for that when, not if scenario is critically important and drives our joint operations as a state and everything that we do, health included, and we'll dive deeper into that in just a second. We also have tens of thousands of people on any given day or week here for conventions. We're a major conventions outside of major sporting events. So this, how we gather people safely and securely is part of, as Doug said, part of our DNA. And so obviously this is high stakes when it comes to what we do and how we grow as a people and as a state and as a nation. So if I could speak with how we're dealing with a little bit more specifically these biodefense threats and how we might be helpful to the nation, I'll do that over the next few minutes. I'll keep these observations at more of a high level. I don't consider myself, you will, as was mentioned, have some experts with you throughout the day. These are people who will get very granular at a very detailed level. But big picture, there's, in my estimation, 3 aspects of Indiana's biodefense situation that we're especially proud of. First, we have one of the largest, fastest growing concentrations of private sector biotechnology, R&D, and manufacturing that they complement one another, obviously, in the country. And likely in the world, if you look at other geographical terrains of equal size. Second, we're committed to developing and implementing an innovative biodefense infrastructure at scale to meet those demands and that growth. And last, but certainly not least, we've realized here in Indiana the meaningful public health efforts to really make progress over 140 years in the waiting and ground to make up, including biodefense efforts. tethered to, directly dependent upon our localities, as was mentioned earlier. So let me unpack these three real quick. In addition to the number one duck rating, we're also home to proudly the world's largest biopharmaceutical company, Eli Lilly and Company, whose market cap, by the way, recently crossed $500 billion, and which also does a great deal of its R&D and manufacturing right here on Hoosier soil. We're especially proud of that fact. We're also home and headquarters to the U.S.'s and the world's largest medical diagnostics company, Roche Diagnostics. Another compliment. We have a high concentration of biotech manufacturing that at one point we were the only state in the union making all three of the COVID-19 vaccinations. They were being produced here in this state. And for good measure, we're also home to Zimmer Biomet and Cook Medical, major medical device manufacturers. In addition to these human health giants, we're also home to one of the biggest animal health companies in the world, Elanco, and home base to a plant science giant as well, Corteva. And so you can see on one hand, you could say, we got lucky with this concentration of human, animal, and plant vital companies, but they didn't fall from the sky. They were actually grown here. They were cultivated here with a plan and a purpose. They grew up here, and we're continuing to build on their critical mass through incubator strategies and job creation efforts that was mentioned, thus giving our state, Indiana, a nearly unmatched density of private sector expertise in the life sciences as a whole. From a biodefense perspective, this concentration matters, I think, big time. Rest assured that I had, during those days, the CEOs of Roche and Eli Lilly on my speed dial. They helped us immensely on a, again, day in, day out basis, helping us navigate our ways through these very rocky, shallow waters that the current was changing on an hourly basis as we were all seeking information to test and mitigate responses that helped us, at the end of the day, balance lives and livelihoods. That was kind of the lens that we were looking through every second of every day. And that, I think, is indeed a lesson for the United States. Recently, we've talked a lot as a nation about the importance of building and maintaining America's microchip, for just one example, and other information technology-based capacities here at home. You could call it onshoring or reshoring, whatever you want, but that case is just as powerful with regard to life sciences as it is for other manufacturing, to assure that the great minds of biology and chemistry and their innovations are close at hand, not for, as Jim said, the just in time, but for the just in case, not for the if, but the when scenario that we have to be prepared for. Again, fixing the roof while the sun's shining. And besides, to be clear, they affect and really drive our economies and our health outcomes, able to invest in our health outcomes if our economy is growing upwards in this virtuous cycle. So it all is dependent on one another. And in an emergency, they can make all the difference in the world, as we saw folks all come together and try to navigate our way through. And that's why, in terms of microchips, I'm so proud of our senior senator, Todd Young. For back in 2020, it was called the Endless Frontiers Act. In 2022, it became the Chips and Science Act. But for addressing this, for ushering us down a path to onshore or reshore some of these critical aspects of manufacturing and how it has an effect on life sciences down the road, microchips, semiconductors. And as you've seen, Indiana is now competing hard to be the center of one of those tech hubs, which we're calling BioWorks, as we grow out that ecosystem. And I would encourage this commission to consider the relevance of BioWorks and others around the country to our nation's biodefense and biotech readiness. This is the work that we're doing, and how it, hand in glove fits together with your mission, I think, will be complementary. And that intersection of life sciences and manufacturing, that's what it's all about, biotech advancements. In our effort, we're proposing 3 initiatives right up front: a training center to upskill the talent to work in biotech manufacturing, a network of companies inside this hub that would match startup and early stage biotech firms, so marrying them with onshore manufacturing facilities rather than forcing these startups, as likely or has been the case, to make their products overseas or to sell their intellectual property to, in fact, stay in business. And then third, a program solely dedicated to innovation to make biotech manufacturing itself more efficient through new technologies. In and of itself, BioWorks will, I think, improve America's biodefense readiness. I know that's a big statement, but this is what the charge is. And so along the way, yes, we will grow, but its purpose is, in fact, hand in glove yours as well. More broadly, I think it can serve as a model for similar clusters elsewhere, translating modest initial support from the federal government into durable advantages if the United States must respond to future biological threats, and we must prepare for that, as Jim said. And lastly, I want to reflect on the importance of Indiana's infrastructure for biodefense, on what exists and what we're working on, quite frankly, to create. Indianapolis is one of 30 major metropolitan areas in America to use BioWatch, a network of air monitors that operates 24/7 to warn of a bioterrorism attack, which often and can also be deployed to major events around the state and here, such as the Indianapolis 500. BioWatch is federally funded and managed, but it's locally operated. And just for the record, we're satisfied customers here in Indianapolis. At the state level, our Department of Health, that was led by Dr. Chris Box and now by Dr. Lindsay Weaver, operates a public health laboratory which serves as a first line of defense and detection and identification of biological threats by literally processing samples and sharing the results with our federal partners, with our state entities, and with our local partners as well. They also, our Department of Health, operates a decentralized program called ChemPack to respond to potential nerve agent releases, and supplies of nerve agent antidotes are stored in secure locations throughout the state, but once again can be pre-positioned according to the calendar, according to the events of the day. Where livestock is concerned, our State Board of Animal Health devised a state-of-the-art animal tagging program to make sudden disease readily traceable, which is, as you mentioned at the outset, something that we'll continue to grapple with and for years to come, but seems to flare up from year to year. And looking ahead through experts at Notre Dame University, Indiana is now a key player in an important U.S. Department of Defense funded effort called ReadyNet, which is developing a global network to detect and predict and contain diseases that arise in animals but can then spread to people. And at Purdue University, some of our scientists are working with Sandia National Laboratories to establish the so-called University Consortium on health, food, and agricultural resilience, linking many of America's great land grant institutions, of which Purdue is a shining example. It's an overdue effort to establish a comprehensive research agenda on how to anticipate and then deal with threats to our ag sector. As I said earlier, experts later this morning will elaborate on much of this. And as was mentioned, Dr. Paul Ebner will be here from Purdue for just one example. But among other things, he's developed a risk assessment tool to understand the threat of African swine fever. For my part, allow me just to finally highlight the common denominators in these infrastructure-specific efforts. Our great universities are involved in several of them, to be sure, and essentially all of them are contributing to and collaborating when it comes to working with all three levels of our government. Biodefense is in my mind, the ultimate multi-sector, inter and intra-governmental undertaking. In fact, it's dependent upon that. It must work together. It must work harmoniously in unison, or it won't work at all. It is the linchpin. That takes me to the last thing that I want to share with you about our experience, Indiana's situation, and how we're trying to practice what we preach. The genius of federalism is Washington defers to the states, the responsibilities that the states must do, and usually, because they're closest to it, do better. In the same way, states need to adhere to this. States need to not just recognize it, but practice it. It means that we should defer to the counties and to the cities as a true partner, bringing to bear the resources that we have as a state or a nation to these responsibilities. And knowing that they are, again, closest to it, best positioned to carry out their unique set of circumstances and cultures. Recently, Indiana did get some positive press in Washington for being one of the only, if not the only, I see Dr. Caine here as well, states to pass a major increase in public health investments on the other side of the pandemic. And if there was a secret to our success, I think it was simple. We didn't craft a bill that to spend all the money in just Indianapolis, or to, as an example, or to dictate what the rest of the state must do. Instead, we appropriated $225 million over the next 2 years to improve local health outcomes coming from the ground up. And as I mentioned, Susan, you were a huge part of that Herculean effort. We asked counties to opt in. We didn't tell them they had to. We asked them to opt in, and for good reason, and would articulate what those reasons were. Allowing the use of those funds, we articulated, here's what it can be used for, oftentimes for the first time, for adequate staff, for local emergency planning and response, and definitely for biodefense considerations. It was all said and done, signed, sealed, and delivered. 86 of our 92 counties opted in, representing 96% of our total population. That equates to about a 1,500% increase in public health investment just here in this state from one year to the next. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just proud and grateful to have this opportunity to kind of share our overall general umbrella approach, holistic approach with you and what's going on in Indiana, specifically on the biodefense front, and our particular interest and of our distinctive qualities. And I hope I've highlighted our potential relevance to your national focus and your necessary end goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you so much for your leadership. We're going to have questions from all of the commissioners now. And while we have you here, and I know in the next panel we're going to hear from Dr. Box and Dr. Caine and Tory Castor, but I'm curious, very few states did what you did. In fact, you were probably the first. What inspired you to create the Governor's Public Health Commission post-pandemic? What inspired you? And we're going to hear far more about the commission, but why did you decide to take on an initiative like that, which I might add, for the commissioner's sake, a former state senator or retired state senator, Luke Kenley, who had been charged of our state's budget, was one of the leaders. Many of them know Dr. Judy Monroe from the CDC, our former state health commissioner. She came back home and helps lead that along with Dr. Box. So what inspired you to start it, and what would you say to other governors about it?
Well, a few things inspired me. Number one, and Fred tapped on it, is we like to win. We like to lead. We don't like to be laggards. And we just quite frankly were. And the facts spoke for themselves. And they were, there was just no getting around it. Health is wealth. And if we're trying to uplift and if we're trying to grow and not degrade, then we simply had to do something about it. Timing, as in life, can work for you or against you. And having navigated through those rocky, shallow waters of the pandemic, it really did put a light for everyone up close at the dining room table. Everyone knew someone who was greatly affected, sometimes tragically affected by that pandemic, and being prepared and being in shape and being healthy. And how our health network was not just strained, but how local communities just didn't have the adequate funding to start with to get to that priority. And so we sought to take that, not year off your life, but that year to really kind of share the gospel and share the truth about the matter and hopefully educate. And what we found was the facts did matter. And in that effort, more local communities got engaged. So it wasn't just the commission, it grew. And now we had disciples all over the state of Indiana saying, yes, we will put it to good use. And then we had to construct a bill that, again, was from the ground up, locally driven. So it wasn't just we're throwing more money. 1,500% increase is a lot. And that's to build the structure that wasn't there to get it going. And then we had to convince our partners that we would be very transparent, that we would measure the results so that folks could see the ROI and see how those investments, just as if you were making them in another area in economic development or community development or infrastructure, you can measure what the ROI is. And so we're excited that I think the commitment by the local communities is so great. I was in Spencer, Indiana last night talking about this at a Chamber of Commerce dinner. And folks understand that workforce will go where they have a healthy workforce.
Thank you.
So on one hand, it was all about the health, but I have to be honest, it's also about how we're going to grow as a state as well. And if you are, then you can make these kind of investments in health or education or fill in the blank.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Donna, any questions?
You know, Governor, I was struck that what you're describing is what Justice Brandeis described states as laboratories of democracy. And if I might quote him, he said, a single courageous state may, if its citizens choose, serve as a laboratory and try novel social and economic experiments without risk to the rest of the country. But, and my question is, because you started by talking about federalism, I worry that even as a federal official, that the federal government puts too many restraints so that a state like Indiana can't use its unique strengths to shape a response, an infrastructure to respond to issues of biodefense, issues of runaway infectious diseases, and how do you as a governor think about that, and what advice do you give to your elected officials in Washington about shaping that?
I think that's such an important point, that the flexibility that the states have to connect with and address and solve, hopefully, the problem that we're all focused on. And if we have that flexibility, and for sure I think there needs to be a balance of cooperation and competition.
And a framework.
And absolutely, here's the guardrails, here's the framework, here's the structure, here's the problem we're trying to solve. Now, America, state by state, solve it. And we're seeing this with the ME Commons, the microelectronics hub, these 8 hubs around the country where we've got a list of 7 or 8 issues that the federal government said, this is what we have to solve. And then we all went out and put our best foot forward and got organized. And really, for Indiana, we partnered with Illinois and Michigan. We're partnering with Illinois and Michigan, Republican and Democrat governors, on a hydrogen hub. And I think that's the path forward in terms of how we address these vexing or long lingering issues that are holding us back, is to say to the best out there in America, help us solve this problem. Here it is. Now let's compete, but it's going to require cooperation based on these distinctive and different terrains and cultures and walks of life and perspectives. Because we are the smallest state west of the Alleghenies, but again, we like to compete with Michigan, not just in the Big 10 or the Big 20 or whatever they call it now, but on matters of innovation and of the utmost importance to our nation's future. And so I think it's a healthy dose of cooperation and competition that's going to get us to the innovative side of the house instead of just the regulatory side.
Thank you. Thank you. Governor Ridge, if you are still with us, I can't see on the screen if you're still there, Governor Ridge.
We got to get.
I swear, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Governor, most impressive testimony. I must tell you, within a week after I was sworn in, I sent a group of Pennsylvanians around the country talking to other governors who we identified had built some best practices that we wanted to embed going forward in Pennsylvania. The only thing I could suggest is that hopefully you would be willing to take your experiences and having, particularly around this Public Health Commission, and draft some form of recommendation to share with governors around the country, because when I was Secretary of Homeland Security, one of the agencies that reported to me was the Coast Guard. Their motto was Semper Paratus, always prepared. So it's, in my mind, it's not a question, as we said before in our reports, if we are confronted with another biological attack, either natural or perhaps man-made by design, the infrastructure you built and the relationship you built with between the state government and local government is certainly something to be admired and replicated. And by the way, it's not bragging if it's as good as, it's not hyperbole to say it's rather remarkable what you've done. And I hope you're willing to share that with the National Governors Association writ large. I suspect there'd be a lot of governors who'd be grateful to learn from your experience.
Thank you, sir.
So I thank you for your testimony. My colleagues have anticipated several questions that I was prepared to ask. And in your very extensive response to these very specific questions, you've answered some of the questions I had with regard You talked about competition and collaboration with the federal government. I want to throw another C. It'd be good if we had some cooperation as well, learning from this experience. In any way, as you build out your own plan to respond and recover from the pandemic, were there impediments that the federal government, that created by the federal government and their response, been inhibited your capability to do what you want to do as governor for your state?
That's a chapter I haven't written much about. I mean, we were obviously building the aircraft in flight with a lot of co-pilots, and much of it was focused on kind of three fronts. One, getting the resources that we needed. Two, building the network to get those resources out, like at the IMS on vaccinating front. And then third was communication. And that's where, and I'm very understanding here, we were learning, we were getting information that might change later. And so that fed into, understandably, the public's anxiety when facts seemingly change, at dealing with this novel, something that hadn't been around since 1918 on that scale. And so getting the resources was a big part of our challenge. And I'm not faulting anyone. I'm just saying that when people were anticipating getting resources and then getting them out, that was a challenge for us then to be a spokesman directly to the people that we were serving.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Daschle, if you are still with us virtually, thank
I
you.
am with you, Susan. I just want to commend the governor for his outstanding presentation, but even more importantly, for the remarkable leadership he's shown in this area. I now can see even more why it was important to have this meeting in Indiana now. He's led the way and created a model that I think is certainly deserving of replication in states all over the country, including my state of South Dakota. So we thank you, Governor, for that leadership and for your inspiration as we continue to grapple with these very, very challenging issues. With that, Susan, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Congressman Upton.
Well, thanks again.
On the floor, I'd like to associate myself with remarks from Senator Daschle. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
And thank you, Governor Holcomb. Thank you.
Again, thank you for a very thoughtful discussion in your leadership. And I know that as I talk to the National Governors Association, they give you great check marks as well. Question that I have, and as we all experienced this, then I retired in January, so I endured this terrible era and worked closely with my governor, with my hospitals, with my county health officials, my colleagues, the administration, the stockpile. It seemed like every state was weighing in. We can't get the masks, we can't get the vaccines, we can't get the tests. We used in Michigan the National Guard, very efficient force. Man, they were terrific. What can we do in terms of, as you're reaching out to make sure that Hoosiers are taken care of and Michiganders? How do we get away from maybe the competition between one state getting something and finding the doors open and the others? We had companies, Whirlpool, which started in my district. They actually chartered a plane from China.
Oh, yeah.
And they brought a million masks, and they distributed it to companies, including here in Indiana, Evansville. They got a big facility there, but to the hospitals and employees. I mean, how do we have a better system for making sure what's in the stockpile and prioritizing the demands? Is every governor, is every member of Congress, is every a hospital administrator is trying to get the right resources to take care of their constituents. What ideas might you suggest for us?
Well, in this room, I know there's, as I mentioned, we approach everything in a kind of as a joint exercise. We've got Homeland Security here, we've got Health here, we've got others, Dr. Marsh here, and on this front, we would approach it the same way, and what would give us a higher level of confidence as a state, and I would think the federal government's perspective as well, is to actually know what the inventory is. And the citizens, most importantly, deserve to know what that is. And so you have to have a structure that not only measures, but then shares where the strong spots are and the weak spots are. And if you heat mapped it across the country today, if there was an inventory today, would we be in a better situation than we were in February of 2020? And in Indiana, I can say with a high level of confidence, we are. But then to be able to prove it would be what I would stress is how states are reporting to the federal government of their situation, and then how the federal government is, like I said, doing what they can only do with their resources in supporting and complementing that. So it requires a structure, which is the whole reason why the Health Commission, from a more local, through a more local lens, said the same thing, and why it's so important to be transparent about what you have and what you don't have, and then therefore you can get to what you need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Greenwood.
Thank you. As I read about your experience when COVID first struck, it seemed to me you were pretty clear about being erring on the side of caution, which I think was the intelligent thing for anyone to do. We had this strange virus we didn't know much about. We saw people struggling on ventilators and gasping to death all over the world, and so it was wise to make some big decisions about closing schools and businesses and events and about vaccines and masking and that sort of thing. And I always recoiled at those who criticized federal officials and state officials, local officials for those decisions that were made to try to save lives. So in retrospect now, we've learned a lot. And if a new virus struck tomorrow, it was strange and fatal and highly contagious, we would have to go through all of those efforts once again. What I'd like to hear from you is, if that happened again, and as I said earlier, it probably will, and it could be worse. What do you think are what concerns do you have that not only did we learn how to do things better, but a segment of our population learned how to resist any kind of actions that were taken with a sense of urgency and caution? Are you worried that there's sort of now this built-in mentality among some people of your state that would immediately react negatively to any kind of actions that were taken, like the ones you took when COVID first struck?
Worried, maybe. Concerned, yes. Not just in my state, but globally. Lack of, I earlier referenced how the facts prevailed from a local perspective. And so the other side of the coin is, if you communicate, if you're committed to communicating at large, will never convince everyone in my family that I made the right decisions. But we may convince the majority. And if you can point to, if it's not about rhetoric and it's about the issue at hand, whatever it may be, if it's our hospitals are overrun, we have run out of beds, we have run out of space, that's pretty compelling. But it requires not necessarily courage, it requires commitment to communicate what the facts are on the ground. And I think that's why, as Donna said earlier, that, different states, they are laboratories. We saw a bunch of laboratories deal with COVID-19. And so, yes, I'm concerned. It may make the job harder, but out of it came a lot of good. There was a silver lining in that it prompted us to say, if not now, when? Knowing what we just went through, do we really want to be caught flat-footed again? And again, no fault of anyone. We're carrying on with the plan of the day, celebrating, the scores, but we were neglecting some things that hadn't occurred since 1918 on that kind of scale. And so, yes, I'm concerned, but I do believe as an optimist, although I was told once the true definition of an optimist is a poorly informed pessimist, I'm not that cynical. So going through it again, we would just have to prove, as Hoosiers do, we'll get through this, but we'll get through it safely together. And that, and there will be some damage along the way, tragedy along the way, but that collaboration or cooperation that Senator Daschle mentioned, and Governor Ridge, that's what's going to get us through it.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Thank you, Dr. Hempert.
Well, thank you so much. That was really an extraordinary overview that made it obvious to me why you received the most votes of any governor in history. You know so much about your state, and you're so passionate about doing what needs to be done. Several of the things I wanted to ask you about have already been touched on. One had to do with the question that just came up. Really, you seemed remarkably able to maintain sort of trust, public trust and confidence, and also your public health institutions and leaders were able to maintain that trust and confidence when in so many other parts of the country and frankly around the world, that was being undermined, and there was really sort of a denigration of public health expertise and leadership, and almost impulse-driven need to discount recommendations that were coming from government leaders as well. So I was sort of wondering what your secret sauce is. Part of it, obviously, is your ability to communicate and to convey, your commitment to finding the best path forward. But if you have any last-minute insights before I know you need to go on that question, I welcome it. I also was curious, did you have the opportunity to sort of practice for response to various kinds of significant threats and emergencies? Was that something that you as governor, routinely were briefed on or engaged in some tabletops or anything? Or did you come to the COVID crisis really not having thought about what a infectious disease outbreak might look like, not really having thought about the kinds of demands that would be put on you and the sources of your governance?
Yeah, I look at Dr. Box. We spent a lot of morning, noon, and night distanced, masked, no practice, but kind of forged in the fire, and listening to experts. That's what I would suggest, is that the team is so critically important, the informants so critically important, and then maybe equally so willing to admit myself when I erred or if I was wrong. And that's because of the information that may have changed, that's kind of a hard thing for some people to do, is to step up to the mic and say, look, we have to go a different way. And by the way, this virus was mutating and changing itself, still is. And so that requires change on our part as well. But I think that to be trusted, you have to be willing to admit why and where you need to change course.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Governor. You've given us even more time than originally allotted, but thank you for your incredibly thoughtful and insights into how you help lead our state and navigate. And we're so very proud of all of the efforts, and particularly of the Public Health Commission, because we think it's a model for the country. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for your devotion.
We're going to move on to panel 2, and I will be heading out with the governor. Okay. Donna, please take it over.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you very much for joining us. This is an important panel on with state and local public health and biodefense leaders. Let me start by introducing the former state health commissioner, Dr. Kristina Box. She was instrumental in the state's response, highlighting the importance of the role in response to any biological emergency. She'll be followed by Dr. Virginia Caine, who's Director and Chief Medical Officer of the Marion County Public Health Department. She's also an Associate Professor of Medicine at Indiana University's School of Medicine Infectious Disease Division, and she has served in the past as President of the American Public Health Association and is chair of the Board of Trustees of the National Medical Association. She will be followed by Tory Castor, who is the Senior Vice President for Governmental Affairs for the IU health system, and she directs their legislative and regulatory advocacy effort before the federal, state, and local government. She may have the hardest job up here. Let me start with Dr. Box. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Congresswoman Shalala. Good morning. As was mentioned, I was the former state health commissioner up until June of 2023 for a period of about 5.5 years. Dr. Lindsay Weaver, our current health commissioner, is also here today. I'm really honored to have the opportunity to come before you today and speak to the Bipartisan Committee about our state and our local efforts to strengthen public health and therefore biodefense in our state. Before I get started, I really do want to thank you for your report, the National Blueprint for Biodefense. Congresswoman Brooks was kind enough to share that with our Governor's Public Health Commission, and we actually used that as a guide for our formation and our format of our commission report. The COVID pandemic obviously revealed how chronic underfunding of public health at the federal, the state, and the local level and disease-specific funding has prevented our health departments across the country from developing the infrastructure that was needed to prepare for the next public health emergency. I'm sure you're aware, the main preparedness grants, the Public Health Emergency Preparedness COAG grant, has been cut by almost a third in the past 20 years. And if you include cost of living, that's almost 50%. And that is really the money that goes to our local health departments to build the infrastructure so that they can work to respond to local and state public health emergencies. And then the HPP Hospital Preparedness Program, which helps our hospitals regionally here in the state to prepare for the health care system to respond in collaboration with local and state public health. And this funding has been cut by nearly 1/2, much larger if you add in cost of living. Disease surveillance and response requires data systems which are interconnected, up-to-date, and able to track disease and respond effectively. Indiana has cross-agency plans to update and connect data systems at the local, state, and governmental and non-governmental levels so that we can modernize our state systems. And we're using the CDC infrastructure grant for data modernization to jumpstart this work. As Dr. Weaver and her team have been working on providing data and rankings to our local government and local public health individuals And they have seen that it fosters at least two of the C's, which is cooperation across counties because they see other counties near them doing it better, but also competition across counties because they want to be better than the county next to them. And the Governor's Public Health Commission was formed by executive order, as already discussed in 2021. And we were to identify strengths and weaknesses and then come out with recommendations about how we can improve public health here in the state of Indiana. And this report really laid the groundwork for what we did in our 2023 legislative session as the governor made that part of his legislative agenda. Prior to the 2023 legislative agenda, or session, 92 local health departments in the state of Indiana received $6.9 million a year that was divided up basically per capita amongst all 92. The 2023 legislative session appropriated over $225 million, as the governor mentioned, over the next 2 years to be shared across these 92 counties. And I must mention again that 96% of Indiana Hoosiers will be covered by this Health First Indiana initiative that has created this additional funding. The state investment in local public health is providing for a state and local partnership to deliver services at the local level and increased collaboration. Increased funding at the county level allows for increased workforce, which was a huge problem during the pandemic, whether it was healthcare workforce, public health workforce, our chemistry lab, whoever that was, we had significant issues with workforce. And the partnerships that we are fostering are between hospitals, healthcare systems, and non-governmental organizations. This funding is contingent and really important that they are collaborating at the local level in those areas. This funding is contingent also on developing a plan which prioritizes between local government, local public health, healthcare, and non-governmental organizations to deliver key public health services, which have been outlined by the Department of Health in combination with CDC recommendations. It's also contingent on counties performing and reporting on key performance indicators for each of these core areas. Dr. Weaver and her team at the Indiana Department of Health are now working with and consulting with every county that's interested in consulting with them and supporting them in their goals and the development of their plans. One requirement is that every county take the FEP, or the Public Health Emergency Preparedness Grant, and have at least a 0.5 FTE dedicated to emergency preparedness. This is going to foster engagement with our regional healthcare coalitions and will include EMS, EMA, local public health, our hospitals, and our healthcare systems. And we'd like to include long-term care in that group. The Department of Health and the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, recognizing the need for increased collaboration, are already designing an integrated all-hazard preparedness plan prioritizing human disease outbreak. And Director Thacker and Dr. Weaver are working well with their teams on that. A major workforce shortage, which was significant during the pandemic for us, was a shortage of EMS personnel. The Indiana Department of Homeland Security will use part of the 2023 appropriation to offer grants to enhance the recruitment, the training, and the retention of EMS personnel across our state, and also provide for cost sharing for equipment that may be needed. And additional money was also appropriated to enhance our trauma care system across the state through improved data collection, reporting, and analysis, and then improved coverage across the state so that more Hoosiers are within that 45 minutes of a trauma center, and increased personnel. The Indiana Department of Health Epidemiology Division does surveillance of pathogens through the ILI influenza-like symptoms and CLI COVID-like symptoms through a community, state, and national program, which you're probably familiar with, which is the ILI Net. Information from our Sentinel site is used to guide prevention, patient care, and vaccine management. The sites get free rapid testing supplies and free specimen subtyping at the Indiana Department of Health lab, and this allows us to monitor types of circulating viruses, more rapidly detect novel viruses or strains, and then inform our healthcare providers on a weekly basis to support their care of their patients. Our state veterinarian and epidemiology team work closely on infections which can pass from animals to humans, like avian flu, and vector-borne diseases like Lyme disease. And I know you'll be hearing from Dr. Marsh with the Board of Animal Health this afternoon. Certainly protecting ongoing ability throughout the pandemic to be a vital part of the food supply chain for the state of Indiana, especially with our meat packing, became very evident, and the need to be able to keep those migrant workers healthy and safe to be able to continue to supply that food. The Department of Health's Epidemiology Division also participates in Essence, which is an electronic surveillance system for early notification of community-based epidemics. This program monitors health data and really that's symptoms reports from emergency rooms across the state for early identification of community-based epidemics. This has been used with infectious diseases, with foodborne illnesses, and even we used it for serious medical conditions like EVALI, which was the damage that was done to oftentimes youth's young lungs from vaping substances contained in e-cigarettes. The Indiana Department of Health State Lab is one of the nation's lab emergency response system for biological, chemical, and radiologic threats. When a biothreat occurs, the lab's dedicated biothreat division serves as the first line of detection and identification of biologic threats by processing and identifying samples collected by the FBI and law enforcement. Lab personnel are trained to test for novel viruses and novel pathogens, unusual pathogens like Ebola and Zika, and coronavirus subtyping. As the governor mentioned, our Department of Emergency Preparedness also participates in ASPR's ChemPAC program, and I won't go further into that. But I would like to mention that the Indiana Department of Health, our Indiana Department of Homeland Security, has a mobile biodefense testing platform to rapidly test for biologic threats such as anthrax, ricin, botulinum, and smallpox. And lastly, the Indiana Department of Health's Epidemiology Lab and Department of Environmental Protection divisions participate in the Department of Homeland Security's BioWatch program, which the governor mentioned. We truly believe that by enhancing collaboration between state agencies, local government, and public health, and our healthcare partners to improve services at the local level will not only improve services, it'll improve the health of Hoosiers, but it'll also improve the surveillance and the response to our next public health emergency. Thank you for your time.
Dr. Caine, thank you. Thank you so much for having this honor, and I appreciate all the thoughtful work that's been done with a blueprint for terrorism and other issues of biodefense. I will correct that I'm no longer the chair of the Board of Trustees for the National Medical Association. I'm currently now the president-elect for that organization. So I want to emphasize by saying I think one of the major strengths of Indiana, and I heard the governor and his comments is that we have such a strong collaboration from the federal level to the state level. Tory can talk to, Dr. Box can talk to, we'll talk 2 o'clock in the morning. We've established those type of relationships, which is so critical to make rapid, instant decision related to what's happened, that I think that's the real key in really being prepared. Secondly, I'm just going to highlight one special program that we have here in Indianapolis, but I also want to emphasize that no matter what type of instruments you have, detection that you have, we are going to have to address social determinants in whatever preparation we do. So if we're not reaching our vulnerable populations with our instrument, you could have a whole pocket of an infection that is occurring in those areas. And they're frontline folks, they're going to be on your buses. They're going to be in your long-term care facilities, your hospitals, cleaning up. And so unless we understand that food insecurity or even the ability to get a test, I may have the CVS's and the Walgreens, but I can't make it to the suburbs to get tested out there if that's the only place where their minute clinics are taking place. So I think that whatever preparation you have, unless that's occurring, we have to have the flexibility to go into the hotel business to take care of our homeless. I can't send a positive COVID homeless patient back into a shelter that's over 1,000 people to infect everybody in that shelter. That means I've got to find a place to place them for quarantine and isolation. But having that flexibility to be able to do that, to help know that we have such a diverse population now, the health literacy, they can't even, maybe not even read Spanish. And you're patting yourself on the back that you got 3rd grade level education and they can't even read it. So understanding those components are just as critical as anything else. And I want to introduce a really exciting program. We're excited. Since 2018, Marion County Public Health Department has provided support to the City of Indianapolis, the Indianapolis Metropolitan Development, in its collaboration with the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, in its pursuit to develop some new technologies related to radiation, chemical and biological detection in its SIGMA program. And in 2018, we assisted DARPA with the Chem SIGMA test releases at this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. In early 2021, we helped assist DARPA in the development of what they call the SIGMA Plus biodetection with the placement of a biodetector under development in our health department's vaccination clinics. So we also started working with DARPA and San Diego National Labs in the development of a biodetection concept of operations to support this program. So in 2022, as part of the support of SIGMA, was staff supporting our radiation, chemical, and biological detection at numerous events like the Indy 500. We began a new exciting project with DARPA and the Research Triangle Institute to investigate the integration of physiological signals into the SIGMA Plus sensor network to detect chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive threats. We had Marion County Public Health Department staff participated in both a pilot and a year-long SIGMA Plus health study that uses wearable sensors, smartwatch, to assess health and is able to detect viral respiratory illnesses. And this sensor network, it has the potential to provide early warnings of an illness outbreak or biological attack based on real-time health monitoring from wearable sensors. And so from October 22nd to the present, and this is our final year of the SIGMA, we have been participating with the SIGMA program, providing continuous support in the development of this SIGMA Plus sensor developments. We've been doing field trials and these CONOPS development. And so we're very excited about this. With these Springfield trials involving the release of, we've released biological stimulants out there to see if they could be detected by these smartwatches in order to have validation of our SIGMA Plus biosensors along using existing biodetection technologies, doing the comparison to see which is superior. And so we were also I just want to say, we're excited by attending the VIP Day in New York City, showcasing the state-of-the-art mobile radiation, chemical, and biological detection capabilities and data integration via something called the DETECT program that is only taking place in New York City and Indianapolis. You'll hear a little bit more about that when you hear some speakers from our IMPD program, Commander Brown. But I do want to highlight my Director of Environmental Health, Dana Reed-Wise, if you can just stand, Dana, and Jeff Larimore back there, who's our environmental scientist. He's our former Director of Occupational Health, who's helped to spearhead all of this efforts. And so I've just got a dynamite team, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Caine. Ms. Castor, I could call you Doctor too because you've got a JD, but
I'll get called it.
thank you.
Hear me okay?
Yeah.
Again, Tory Callahan Castor. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government Affairs here at IU Health. IU Health is Indiana's largest and most comprehensive health system and one of the busiest hospital systems in the United States. Based here in Indianapolis, IU Health is comprised of 15 hospitals, including an adult academic health center, the state's only comprehensive pediatric hospital, Riley Children's Health, 5 large community hospitals, 6 critical access hospitals, along with more than 300 primary and specialty care offices. A unique partnership with the IU School of Medicine, one of the nation's leading medical schools. gives IU Health patients access to groundbreaking research and innovative treatments to complement high-quality care, and also makes the state's largest provider of medical education for the next generation of providers. Of note, particularly to this group, IU Health currently operates a special pathogens unit, which is the only treatment facility in Indiana with special pathogen readiness capabilities. Think Ebola, MERS, SARS. IU Health Special Pathogens Unit suite consists of a single critical care patient room with one bed and a separate doffing space. The suite also has 3 to 4 additional rooms that could be used for non-critical care needs. Care team for this unit repeatedly drills and conducts trainings both internally and with our external emergency response colleagues to ensure readiness at all times. Candidly, at IU Health, we prided ourselves in our readiness capabilities. However, then came COVID. While I know all of us are definitely COVID weary, the pandemic, without question, tested the healthcare delivery system as a whole, pushing it beyond all imaginable limits. Prior to COVID, we generally thought of preparedness as a response to a discrete event, an event that had a clear beginning and an end, like a flood, a tornado, or a natural or man-made disaster. We drilled and tested our teams regularly on how to respond. But COVID turned these traditional responses on their head. For example, for most natural disasters, you immediately set up a mass shelter for the displaced to provide care and other services. Clearly, not an option for COVID. Even for our special pathogens unit, the team drilled for a handful of patients and maybe their sickened immediate family members. In no way had we contemplated the volume and critical care needs of those sick with COVID. Yet at the height of the pandemic, nearly a third of our patient population was COVID positive, and over 2,000 of our team members, most of whom were clinical personnel, were in quarantine. No amount of drilling and training to that point could have ever prepared us for the pandemic. Instead, we relied on the resiliency of our personnel and our partnership with our state, federal, and local colleagues to respond. So how did we do it? In healthcare, we've adopted FEMA's standardized approach to responding to emergencies of various kinds, the Incident Command System. Under this system, there is a structure with clearly identified roles and responsibilities for managing an emergency. The benefit of this structure provides for a clear division of labor. Everyone knows their role and how these roles relate to each other. We stood up our incident command within days of Indiana's first case of COVID in March of 2020. I, along with my clinical colleague, Dr. Michelle Cesana, shared the public liaison role within this particular model. In this capacity, we were the primary point of contact with our federal, state, and local government and business partners, ensuring a consistent connection and aligned messaging. I truly believe this collaboration represented the difference between lives saved and lives lost, given our ability to troubleshoot issues and address challenges in near real time. Just to offer up a couple examples, partnership with our team and numerous other providers, the state was able to quickly mobilize to source much-needed PPE for health systems and our skilled nursing facility colleagues, based on timely updates from the healthcare community, aided in part by daily input from the provider groups into a shared database that provided real-time data on supply constraints. In other instances, we worked closely with our state colleagues to source PPE from local manufacturing outlets. This partnership proved crucial. We would provide the spec detail on product, and the state helped to amass the raw materials, and in select instances, even drew upon a ready-made workforce at the state's Department of Correction facilities, help mass produce certain high-demand PPE, like gowns and face shields. We also worked extensively with our colleagues at the Marion County Health Department on the unique challenges COVID posed for our urban areas. Much as what Dr. Caine just discussed, working with our Marion County Public Health Department, EMS, and the City of Indianapolis, and the local hoteliers, we were able to construct a plan whereby providers could safely care and treat our COVID-positive homeless using local hotels. And what I would say was the state's crowning achievement throughout all of this was our ability to pull off the NCAA tournament from start to finish here in downtown Indianapolis. Through the combined efforts of the city, the state, the Marion County Health Department, our own IU Health providers and Path Lab team, the business community, and so many more, we safely hosted the NCAA tournament here in Indianapolis from start to finish, while still in the throes of COVID. This was a source of pride for our community and a psychological victory against a foe to date that seemed to be winning the war. It should be noted that a confounding factor to our ability to provide care for our patients was the volume of information, and I would say misinformation, about the pandemic that appeared in the public sphere. To some degree, the information was simply a function of the fact that we were learning about the virus real time. As more data came in, treatments and prevention tactics changed. For those of us in the provider space, the changing science was difficult for even us to keep up with. But for the broader public, it became nearly impossible to discern fact from fiction, which I believe perpetuated the confusion and led to considerable distrust of the scientific community for some. To mitigate some of this misinformation that arose in subsequent surges of the pandemic, IU Health took on the task of producing weekly updates, called them hot sheets, for local leaders where we had a hospital presence. We did this largely in our smaller counties that had severely strained or limited public health resources. The goal was to pull together meaningful information in a concise manner that was actionable for these leaders. The response to this effort was overwhelmingly positive by our local leaders and really helped to drive trusted information right into people's homes. I could cite numerous other examples of how our medical community came together with our federal, state, local, and business colleagues to respond to the pandemic. Our relationship with our government officials and partners was exceptional. Furthermore, through incredible foresight of Governor Holcomb, we had a team of clinical personnel that were literally in the right seats at the right time as we battled this virus. Dr. Box, Dr. Weaver, Dr. Sullivan, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Siniak, and our Dr. Caine. All of whom contributed significantly to Indiana's measured and reasoned response to the pandemic. This team was an invaluable ally for our healthcare providers who were attempting to navigate uncharted waters. I had many colleagues from other states remark on the effectiveness of Indiana's overall response to the pandemic and the obvious spirit of cooperation that existed between government personnel and healthcare providers. But as I'm sure Commissioner Brooks can attest to, this is in no way surprising. Here in Indiana, we are wired to solve problems in times of crisis, and differences quickly fall by the wayside. This is simply the Hoosier way. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this presentation this morning.
Yeah, I'm going to flip. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have one quick question, and then I'm going to start with Dr. Hamburg. The National Institutes of Health has invested millions, probably billions of dollars in research labs. IU, Purdue, obviously in Bloomington as well as at Notre Dame. And yet these were not certified during the pandemic in particular to be helpful to the state lab, for example. So you have a strong state lab. Would it have been helpful if you had a string of laboratories across the state that could have been supportive? Dr. Fox?
I would say, certified or not, IU Health was absolutely crucial in helping us with testing and other things throughout the pandemic. And Purdue also engaged even from the standpoint of their veterinary.
So you actually use the vet labs and those labs, whether or not they were certified at a...
We had a lab network here in the state of Indiana, including our commercial labs that are represented.
Okay.
And so like the our question is about it. And then I and all well yes. Just go to here all of our kids need white.
Yeah, and IU Health was CLIA certified.
Yeah.
I think the universities, some of their labs were not, so we were able to hit the ground running at IU Health.
Would it be helpful if we got the CLIA certified for all the laboratories in the state?
I know it was a challenge. We
did it.
Quickly adjusted to become certified. I think sort of in retrospect, it probably would have been helpful.
Yeah.
But I will say the challenge to us was that the system that got certified first and then about public health lab was not paid by initially both the hospital. But I think we should have taken this otherwise the other is the thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Dr. Hamburg.
Thank you. Just following up on that, I mean, I assume that part of the initial challenge was that we didn't have a national testing strategy. We didn't have initially developed diagnostics that you could count on. And so better coordination and integration of those kinds of activities is important. I'm also curious, this was a question that I wanted to ask or will go on to ask, but did you use university or other labs for beginning to do genomic surveillance when that became clear as a important resource?
Then push into the
Our state lab does that.
Okay. And do you do wastewater genomic surveillance now and other things? The question I wanted to start out by asking you, and thank you all for your incredible dedicated service over many years and your willingness to be with us today. When you look at our public health system over a very long period of time, it has both been dramatically under-resourced compared to the many tasks it has to take on and the critical importance of its mission. It's also been pretty fragmented from the local to the county to the state. And your Public Health Commission gave you an opportunity to really do a deeper dive into what your public health system looked like in the state, how best to structure it and fund it and coordinate it. And, one of the things that's striking, even just listening to you on the panel, is the level of integration, both across levels of government and with the healthcare sector. And I don't think all states can claim that at the get-go. But when you were looking to your commission, did you think about the question of minimal standards for the different health departments, potential consolidation of some that were very small? You mentioned, ensuring that every health department had at least part-time preparedness officer, but does everyone need one of everything, or how best to use resources? And related to that, you'd mentioned workforce, Dr. Box, in your comments, and I was a little surprised that you focused in on EMS, which I'm sure, especially during COVID, was a huge gap. But I imagine that there were also other huge strains on workforce, both within public health and the healthcare system. And from what I gather, those kinds of strains are persisting as we move, hopefully, towards more normal times, but also think about preparing for a next major crisis. And I'd love your thoughts on how we can really secure an adequate, appropriately trained and coordinated workforce.
All excellent questions, all things that the commission grappled with. One thing that we started with was kind of what is the structure of public health in the state of Indiana? Is it totally centralized? Is it totally decentralized? And we are very much kind of a home rule, decentralized state. So we feel like it's very important, and the commission supported that every county have a health department. Does every county need to do all of the core services that we identified as a commission were important for every basic local health department to be able to do? No. Can they use part of their money to maybe hire the county next to them to provide those services within their county? There's some things like vital records and the ability to do, septic permitting and other things that need to be available in every county. But there's shared services that can certainly occur, and we have encouraged that through our commission, quite definitely. We had representatives. Dr. Caine is our largest health department. We had one of our smallest health departments represented. We had an administrator from one of the local health departments. And so we really did do a deep dive into this and make sure that the product that we came up with was something that would be able to be supported by local government and by our local public health people. When you talk about workforce, we had workforce, anywhere for people had 1 or 2 to 3 full-time equivalents in their local health department. And so we had some local health departments that just folded. Pandemic started, they weren't there, they couldn't give out PPE, they weren't going to be involved in vaccinations or testing, and they weren't there for us to use as a resource. And then we have other very well-resourced health departments that, we came to the point where we almost didn't need to worry about Marion County because Dr. Caine and her team had that. And that's true of several other big health departments around our state. But really, when you talk about this, even though we as a state had dramatically underfunded public health, I believe, and at the county level dramatically underfunded it, what we did at the time of the pandemic and coming together with collaboration and with partnerships was overwhelming and incredible. I can remember in an ASTO meeting, one of my partners saying to me, basically, how did you get your hospitals to do that? To say that they would give these vaccines out, they would administer them even to counties and people that don't come to their hospital. And I said, well, what do you mean? How did I get them to do it? And they're like, well, did you pay them? And I'm like, no, but we did charge for the administration fee for them and gave them that money back or planned to. Did the governor do an emergency order? And I said, no. And they said, well, how did you do it? And I said, well, I asked them. and that's the spirit of collaboration that I really think made our, really what I feel, overwhelming response as good as it was. But we learned from that and need to put this in place. Also, one more thing about workforce. We had a large volunteer workforce in the state of Indiana that we tapped into and sent out requests for respiratory therapy, for mental health, for nurses, for dental, for whatever we needed. We asked for that, and we did get that response. And the hospital systems and our long-term care facilities did use that. Now, I will say it would be great to see somebody put a cap on the hiring away of nurses and to travels nurses and CNAs and other people. And I'll say this because I don't have a dog in this show anymore, but the reality is those prices drove up, and they took people out of where they were comfortable, knowing what they worked with, and moved them across the county to a different hospital to work. And so some kind of ability to make sure that they are compensated, but maybe that there's not this grab and moving around of all this personnel at a time when we critically need them to stay where they are.
I think that the other huge thing is for like a large metropolitan health department, we were getting folks from 2.5 hours away coming in to get vaccinated in our county because we're more robust. And so our supplies were dwindling for our large community because my surrounding counties were coming to get vaccinated from us or to come in and get testing. So that can be a problem from large cities when anyone can come from anywhere and utilize your resources, but you're determining your resources based on what your particular population is. And so those are critical factors that have occurred. The other thing is local health department nurses, the salaries. We hadn't done a market share upgrade of our nurses in about 10 years. And so then when the hospital system are offering these big bonuses, I'll blame it on the travels than the hospital systems, okay? It is so critical to try to keep your workforce intact when those salaries are so high and so robust. And so I venture to say that it is so critical to keep our public health funding into public health. You know, we hear now that, wow, we should take some of that money out of public health and give it to the fairly qualified community health centers. And so, but public health and the relationships we have in the community as trusted partners and working with a lot of these partners, you know, a pandemic is not always the best time to develop a new partnership and them coming in here and trying to give you some advice, recommendations. You have to have already established those partnerships before in the past and have been able to provide resources to them.
Thank you.
I'd add just maybe to Dr. Box's point, you know, as it relates to the workforce, certainly that pool was critical. But in terms of the spirit of collaboration, we were very, very invested in working with our Department of Health colleagues, our state Department of Health folks, even the federal government, because our primary goal, we knew we were going to be constrained on staff and we were trying to keep people out of the hospital, right? So to the extent we could work with our public health officials to drive up vaccines, to increase awareness, that benefited the organization as well as our patient population as well. So it was a critical piece. The other thing I will tell you on the workforce, the state did a lot of work working with us. So for example, at one point in time, the NCLEX exams were canceled. And so we had a nursing workforce that we were trying to bring online, but they couldn't take the exam. And so what we ended up doing is working with our professional licensing agency and the state of Indiana to say, okay, they can come in and do and perform clinical practice until such time as we can get them the ability to take the exam. At the federal level, one thing that I would at least encourage this group to think about is, you know, we rely on a foreign nursing workforce. as part of our workforce. And right now it's hard to bring that workforce here into the States. There's some real challenges as it relates to just getting them visas.
You know, they actually can't get interviews. There's something like 20,000 nurses sitting outside the country waiting to get appointments for interviews. Thank you. Thank you very much. Representative Greenwood?
Thank you. You each have described eloquently the ways in which working with your governor and your legislature, you've improved and enhanced the public health care system here in Indiana. But the theme of this hearing today is no checkered flag. The race is never won. So my question for each of you is, what resources and or authorities might you wish you could have to build upon what you've built already to be even more prepared and more equipped to handle a pandemic or a bioterror event? You just talked in response to Peggy's question about the workforce piece of it, but in what other areas, if you had more resources and more authority, might you want to build upon what you've already constructed?
I'll start. One thing would be that we have had significant discussions about doing a strategic state stockpile so that we don't rely on the strategic national stockpile. We had stockpile from our area sent to the coast, to other places. They got the disease first. They needed it. I respect it and understand it, but the federal government had no way to replace them. There didn't appear to be a good life cycle management of that equipment, so that oftentimes we got things, everything was out of date, and we used it anyway, of course, but the reality was we couldn't get swabs to do testing, and we couldn't get viral transport media. So the state of Indiana is seriously considering having our own strategic stockpile, and I think that those strategic stockpiles that are more dedicated to areas or regional areas would be really important. I'll stop there so everybody else has a chance.
That's a good one.
I think clearly you have to look at the distribution of resources and making sure that it is reaching every vulnerable population. And you have to look to see that it is reaching the places where it needs to reach. And so how do you make that happen? And sometimes it depends on who are the vendors and who are the partners that you utilize that determines that those resources get where they need to get. And I think that's just a really critical thing. I think the other thing, and I'm not sure that the commission can work on this, but a lot of local health officials had the ability to make rapid decisions. A lot of that authority through state legislation was removed from us to be able to make emergency orders. And so that's something that clearly needs to be looked at across the country in terms of making those decisions. I had an
State overrode?
yes, state legislation can say, in order for you to make these decisions, you have to go through this process before you can make a decision. Before you had full authority, and that was not required. And so I think we have to look very carefully at those authorities of local officials, state officials are related to that ability. But I do want to thank my mayor, Joe Hotsett. It's important to have someone believe in the science and be able to make great decisions. I don't want us to forget that there are schools of public health out there that are incredible and have a lot of background. Paul Havison, our founding dean for Indiana University's Fairbanks School of Public Health, provided a great technical team for us in terms of making recommendations for us. And don't make sure our ASTOs, State Association of State Health Commissioners, NACHO, our Association of Local Health Departments, our big city coalitions, they were critical for us. We were meeting on a monthly basis, and I'd learn what's happening in D.C. This worked well in D.C., or this didn't work so well maybe in Chicago. they need to be robust and be part of whatever recommendations that you have in strengthening things, but don't forget about different racial and ethnic minority partnerships are going to be so critical no matter what epidemic you address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I might ask, just certainly to build off the comments, I wouldn't disagree with any of the comments that were made here today. A couple of things that we noticed, and look, we're Monday morning quarterbacking to some degree on this, right? So when we first started kind of hit the throes of the pandemic, we were getting communication as a provider from a variety of different institutions. Certainly our state colleagues, we had sort of the closest line of communication, but we were getting a lot of sort of varying information from the federal government. We were being asked to report constantly for a very valid reason, was continually changing, and we were continually switching databases and continually sort of forcing our teams to kind of move from, one set of data that we were collecting and spending an incredible amount of resource time on. And I don't want to sort of disparage the requirement of reporting. It's very important. But when we were trying to kind of amass teams to respond to the virus, the changing of these requirements were difficult, to say the least. So just thinking about how we think about some sort of consistent means of reporting in a way that doesn't kind of have a shifting landscape. So that was important. The other thing that I would say was also very important is waivers. There were a number of waivers both the state and the federal government issued for us as practitioners. It would be ideal. There were times, quite honestly, where we just did what we had to do, right? Whether that was allowed by, our regulating bodies or not. It would be ideal if we could kind of keep a repository of sort of what's out there that institutions, healthcare providers are required to do, and what amongst those might we want to think about as sort of a cohort that may be subject to waivers going forward if we find ourselves in the same instance again. So those are some of the challenges I think we saw from a very, very practical perspective.
And in fact, CMS is thinking about packages that they can automatically put in place during a pandemic.
And don't forget about the private public partnerships. Lilly Pharmaceutical Company, when this epidemic started, they provided testing for a lot of essential hospital personnel at the beginning, free of charge. And so you can have robust additional resources out there with public-private partnerships. And we have something called the Indianapolis Patient Safety Coalition that involves every hospital system, but also involves some private industry where, for example, during this epidemic, we met every week for almost 18 months.
Thank you. Representative Upton?
Well, thank you again for sharing your perspective. Very important to us, and really appreciate your dedication. We had a chance with Dr. Caine last night, and she shared her amazing work in reaching particularly to the minority communities and others that would have frankly been forgotten and not able to communicate even in their native language. Today, there's a new variant. 2.86 is the number that's been given. I have a Detroit News story that was published earlier this week. They indicate that it's apparently in Michigan. They think the new vaccine is going to likely protect against this new variant. The Biden administration announced the reopening of COVID tests earlier this week. The program will deliver at-home COVID-19 tests to households across the country for free. Starting this week, all households can order 4. Apparently, this has been detected in about 10 states so far. I'd be interested to know. I know, Dr. Box, you're one removed from the state, but I don't know if it's in Indiana. How do you see this fear? And particularly, I want to go back to sort of what Jim Greenwood announced earlier, or in his speech, in his question, regarding the fear of vaccines. We're seeing polio come back. We're seeing kids are going back to school, families aren't wanting their kids to be vaccinated. I don't know the questions that are going to be asked tonight at the presidential debate in California, but I know at least one of the candidates has said no more money. Don't want to provide money for testing or vaccines, period. Just cut it off. End of the fiscal year is this weekend. So maybe if you can respond to those thoughts together, I'd appreciate what your input to us might be.
I think the State Department of Health expects, as does all of our healthcare systems and infectious disease experts, that we will continue to see different strains. And we will continue to identify those strains. And we are screening in the state of Indiana, as are many, many other labs and state, for those strains. And then looking at, will the vaccine cover it? Is it more severe? Is it less severe? Is it more contagious? Is it less contagious? And so we just know, as a nature of this virus, that will continue to happen, and we're prepared and expecting that. I think the testing that they're going to pass out is really, really important, but I think it's a perfect example of where the federal government decided to amass those quick tests at the federal level so that they would be able to push them out. And this was much earlier in the pandemic, at a time when we had regular supply chains of those tests coming to us in the state, and we were using them to screen people at these mass testing sites and these sites that we had all over. And all of a sudden, our suppliers could no longer give them to us because so many were going to the federal government and being held there to be given out at a later time. And the reality of that is that it made us, when we looked at Mary Smith, she came in with symptoms. If that COVID quick test was positive, we knew immediately we need to quarantine her. We need to give her medication, get her referred for monoclonal antibodies and other medications. We may need to treat other people in her family or watch them. We also knew that we didn't need to send a lab test on her for that because it was positive. When we lost that, we were then on a 2 to 3 at a minimum day turnaround to get those results, which delayed all of that. And monoclonal antibodies and other things have a very time-sensitive nature about when they can start. So I think that was one area where we spoke that clearly to leadership over and over again, and it was not heeded. I also would turn to my colleagues.
I think it's the complexity of actually being able to track the disease when you distribute the home tests. And so what's really positive, which is not, and how do you, so that's the complexity that I think we need to figure out. I think it was beneficial to send tests to folks to be able to get it for those who might not have been able to get it through the regular routes that we put out. But how do you determine actual disease when someone gets tested at home? And, what kind of applications can you be able to document that they were really positive, and what should be reported and what should not be reported? The ones that are done by healthcare professionals are the ones that are done by a layperson inside their homes.
Yeah, and I may take a different sort of vantage point. One of the things I think we're struggling with within the sort of the healthcare institutions is now vaccine hesitancy. We are seeing it across all vaccines now, not
Children's vaccines as well.
in particular. Yeah. And so we're having to, we as an institution, and I would tell you, I don't think we've figured out the secret sauce yet, but we're trying to kind of figure out how do we sort of meet people where they are and provide them the appropriate education so that we can vaccinate them across all fronts. It's particularly challenging in some of our minority and ethnic communities. So that's sort of the challenge that we're running into right now. Certainly, we were partners with both these institutions and on the mass testing during the pandemic, but the unfortunate casualty I think we're now dealing with is the fact that there's such vaccine hesitancy.
And the answer is the kind of thing that Dr. Caine talked about. You have to have those relationships.
Yes.
Right. And that's why we're hoping improving local public health relationships so that they can address minority communities and have that relationship. They trust them much more than they did this at the state level.
If I can go on to Senator Daschle.
Well, thank you, Donna. Let me just thank our panel for an extraordinary presentation, and your answers to the questions in particular, very, very impressive and helpful. I just like to drill down a little bit on this vaccine hesitancy challenge. I looked at vaccination rates just last month, and they're way below pre-pandemic levels now. Boy, this is a real crisis, and I think it relates in part to some growing distrust about public health generally. But a lot of that vaccine hesitancy, misinformation. And I'd love to have you just expound, if you could, on how you address misinformation. It's so pervasive today, and I think it's becoming even more problematic. And as we evolve now into an AI world, I worry that misinformation could even become even more complex in terms of the challenges it presents for public health. But if you could, talk a little bit about misinformation and how you're trying to cope with it now.
Let me identify one other problem that we have. Our poverty level has increased in some communities. And so, you have to look at the vehicle where you receive the information. So you may not have access to a healthcare provider because of the poverty level. That's not top of my list. I got to figure out how I'm paying my utilities or not being kicked out of my apartment. Health may be lower on my priority list. But I also think we have to understand that one message doesn't meet all. So the message I give for a young Black male who's like in his early 20s versus someone who's a senior Latino woman is totally different. So we've got to understand, based on the generation, the race, ethnicity, you have to have a different message. But they also need to have some kind of relationship with you and feel that they can trust the information. And it may not be an instant thing. And then, like I tell some of my young Black males, they're healthy. They've never been sick in their life. Why should I give myself a vaccine? And this is terrible for me to say publicly, and maybe you can delete this part. I really don't care about you. If you wanna die, that's fine. But I worry about your mother and I worry about your grandmother in your house, and you can spread an infection to them. Their immune system is not as robust as you. So you care about your mother, care about your grandmother. That changes a number of their minds. So I think you have to know what will motivate that person. You have to do more focus groups, and you have to try to get their peers to help promote that information too.
Well said, Dr. Caine. Thank you.
Thank you.
To Dr. Caine's point, it's a grassroots game. I mean, certainly from a public health standpoint, you can kind of create the ethos of sort of what vaccines are and why they're important, but you really, really have to meet people where you are. We are launching a series of initiatives where you've got your local community health worker who perhaps is the woman on the block that knows the 30 people in that area, and she's the emissary. Or do you go to the local barbershop and you put a clinician in there and you work with folks that are coming into those facilities? That's kind of the level of sort of grassroots work I think you have to do in order to build that trust. And
we have so many faith-based organizations that have healthcare professionals that are in their church, and they grew up in their church as a child, their deacon or whatever. So, and there's so many community-based organizations, and I love the barbershops and beauty shops. We had a wonderful syphilis education program in our beauty shops and barbershops that were just wonderful. So there are just so many avenues, laundromats, soul food places. So they're just grocery stores where I buy my products. I just think we have to be innovative, but we have to invest more money in information. Public health hasn't always had the resources to do a lot of education and campaigns related to this. We have to up our game, increase more resources in that area.
Yep. Governor Ridge, are you still with us? Okay.
Yes, I'll.
Susan. Okay.
I'm on time.
Okay, great. She caught us up on time. Thank you, Donna. One of the challenges that the commission has struggled with, I think probably from the beginning, is where does the federal leadership emanate from? How do you, so from the federal perspective and you being on the ground and dealing with this all of the time, we know that the military was very involved, our Defense Department was very involved, HHS at all levels was very involved.
In fact, you had an HHS secretary who came out of Indiana.
Yes, absolutely. Secretary Azar, our vice president, and back in 2015, this group recommended that the vice president would be in leadership, but we struggle with that because everything has gotten so political that we struggle with where the leadership from the federal government, where do you as local and state leaders and hospital leaders look to? Do you have any recommendations for us?
I'm very opinionated.
As to where, and I'm not just talking about pandemic, because if we also are worried about bioweapon and bioattacks, but so Dr. Caine, and I'm just curious if you all have an opinion as to where a leadership and the response for the country should be.
But and I'll preface this by saying that I was on the National Biodefense Science Board out of Asper, where we had Pentagon as part of that coalition, CDC, and other members. But our relationships for state and local health departments are with the Centers for Disease Control. We spend an enormous amount of time every year in so many different programs, whether it's environmental or population health, with that relationship. While I say that, Asper has strong relationships with the hospital systems. And so we've got to figure out a way how to integrate public health with the hospital systems, emergency rooms, with our local and state health departments. But number one, hands down, I don't even sleep at night. That is CDC.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Caine. Dr. Box or Tory? I will just say, in addition to the CDC, we had an amazing leadership with Operation Warp Speed and General Perna. He was transparent. He was concise. He was consistent. He was regularly on the phone with our HHS Division 5, and he listened. He listened, and he wasn't there when we had the problem with the quick test that came out long after we'd had our surge. And we missed it when there was a transition and the communication then went more White House centered. So I would just say that from a logistics standpoint, no one does it better than I think our military and National Guard. But I agree the CDC has to be the leadership.
Okay. Without a doubt, the CDC was our source for clinical guidance. From our standpoint, we largely interfaced with the state, and candidly, to have just sort of that single point of contact and then have the state have that contact with a single point of contact at the federal level for us was important because we were fielding too much. And so we needed sort of one source of truth. And so we really relied on the state, and sort of the extent the state had a single source of truth, I think that sort of facilitated everything.
And for us, we were able to get the information not only from the state, but from CDC. So we met with every hospital system, chief medical officer, director of the emergency room, infection control, every week, where as soon as we got the information, we pumped it out to our hospital systems, that it took longer to get that information to them than compared to our state and local officials. And so that's why I think we benefited so greatly that every week they got an update. We're on our Zoom calls and having our questions answered as we went along. And that's critical. How rapid can you get the information you need in order to make decisions? It's just very, very critical. And you need to ask about how we did the Indy 500 now. So everybody sitting in those seats doing the Indy 500, we had their name, we had their email address, we had their mobile phone number, we had their home address. And so we had an outbreak and found someone was positive in any of those seats. I could tell you within a 10 to 15 radius who was surrounding them. So if they came from Texas, I could get a hold of them in 24 to 48 hours. So same with our men's 2021 final NCAA. So when you're looking for mass large events and you really want to be able to handle these outbreaks, talk to us.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we were going to look at how fast they change tires out here. Let me thank all of you. It's very clear that Indiana is blessed with extraordinary leadership, and that saved a lot of lives, and we can learn a lot just by being here and listening to all of you. So thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you for having us.
I know someone's going to be.
Thank you all. We're going to get started on panel 3, securing temporary citizens against biological and other threats. And we're very, very pleased to have with us 2 of our community's finest in law enforcement. First of all, I'd like to introduce Sergeant Robert Brown Jr. Sergeant Brown is the program manager of the Counter-WMD of Mass Destruction Unit. Yes, the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department does have a Counter-WMD unit. He, interestingly, has been in his career in a lot of different realms of public safety. When I read your bio, he started out actually as a firefighter and EMT for Wayne Township. Right around here, and was active for 6 years. And then he joined Indiana National Guard as an infantryman, later a military police officer, and then became a law enforcement officer in 1988. He has served in all different capacities at IMPD, and I'm not going to go through those, but he really began a focus on what we refer to as CBRNE, a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear path, by forming a detection team in 2015 and assisting the state. And we are so lucky to have him involved in our statewide radiological nuclear program, and so many acronyms. But I will tell you what's so important, because we host so many large gatherings, they are targets, and that's part of why we're here. Not just the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but all of the gatherings that the governor proudly talked about, that that they talked about in the last panel as well. For those of you who don't know, we are the home of the NCAA headquarters. So the headquarters are based here. And so we host men's and women's events. Yeah, we host men's and women's events, sporting events in all different sports, as well as Olympic trials. And then that
We're here.
Pardon? Pan Am Games were here back in the day. But it's so important, and these are all targets that law enforcement thinks about on a regular basis. What I'm really pleased, though, to learn about is the Sigma project that was mentioned earlier. We hosted a pilot project here. We're going to hear about that. That started back in 2015, so we're not new to this. And so, Sergeant Brown, we're very, very pleased to have you. And then also with Sergeant Brown is Special Agent Casey Farrell. He is the Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator for the Indianapolis Office of the FBI. All all field offices in the FBI, I believe, have a Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator. And so that gives our country a sense of security that there are people very focused in the FBI on these threats. He is responsible for conducting outreach with federal, state, and local stakeholders. This is not just a federal responsibility. They have to educate, and they have to make sure they're working closely with their local and state partners. And they have responsibilities for investigating these types of crimes or acts of terrorism, God forbid. But we have had these, and in fact, often we think about this commission began sometime after the anthrax attacks on our nation's capital. That, my time as U.S. Attorney here from 01 to 07, the anthrax attacks were happening. And that was not an isolated, it happened over a period of time. Many of you who were working in D.C. at the time, it truly it was an act of terrorism, but those of us around the country had to learn about all of this. And it was our partners and the leadership of the FBI that helped educate federal, state, and locals on issues like the anthrax attacks that were happening. So welcome. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and I guess start with Sergeant Brown. Why don't you get us started? And then you've seen, if you've been here this morning, each of you will speak, and then we'll begin questioning by the panelists. Thanks.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. As you know, and many of you are here for the first time and you're figuring out, there's a thing called Hoosier hospitality. It's real. It's a way of life for us. It's a mindset for us here in the Midwest, and we're always trying to be helpful and do what we can, and for the greater good. And that's where we kind of got involved with DARPA. It was actually just by being in the right place at the right time with the right people having a conversation that all came about. So this takes us back to 2015. And we were securing this event for the Indy 500, and we were getting ready for that 100-year anniversary event. And we were trying to figure out ways to make it safer. And that's always my focus, is how do we make it safe? So that kind of made a few introductions. We got a few people talking back and forth, and hey, we'd like to try this. I came to the IMS staff, asked them if they had a problem with that, if they were good with us trying that technology. And as you heard from President Doug Bowles earlier, this is a test facility. We love to do testing. So I want to say, a big thanks to IMS for allowing us to be able to come out and do the things that we've done and do that testing. So specifically to the DARPA project, it started out as a radiological nuclear program. Over time, we noticed that there's more threats that we can probably counter. So let's bring that Sigma program to the next level, which made it become what they call Sigma Plus, and we added the Chem and Bio as part of that. We've had a lot of success with that program. It was originally designed to be a 5-year project. We were gracious to get a 3-year extension, made it an 8-year program. However, the Sigma project ends Saturday. So it's done. The technology that's been created is viable in the rad nuke realm. It is very viable in the chemical realm. Still needs a little work on the bio side. But we were making great progress. And we were trying to come up with a real-time biological detection system. We saw some positive things from that. It is capable, but it's not finished, and it needs more time. So if that program could carry on in some form with that development, I think realistically we're about 5 years away from having a viable concept device. That's huge. All this equipment had telemetry capability. So we, at the Indy 500 and working our other events here in the city, we're able to see that telemetry in real time at our command post. And at our command post are my counterparts, like Special Agent Farrell, among many others, sitting there, and we're able to monitor that data as it comes in. We have the right scientific minds in the room to make a unified decision on what action needs to be taken. If there's anything that we can go out and possibly sample with our partners at the Civil Support Team or the Marion County Public Health Department, and then get that off to the lab, be that a CST mobile lab or the LRN laboratory in downtown Indy for verification. But I think it's critical to have equipment that will allow us to see in real time and have that telemetry capability. More information's better. We can all agree. And for us to see that on one common operating picture, right, on one system is invaluable, because we can bring everyone together. We can look at the data. We can decide with the course of action. And for this event, what do we tell? What's our recommendation to the track? Do we shelter in place? Do we evacuate? Can we move people in a certain direction? Those are all things that we have to think about, especially with the chemical release. we have a plume. So I will say that one of the great things that came out of the DARPA Sigma Plus project was plume predictive technology. So that came out of the chemical sensors and their development. So we're able to detect items as they're in the air, as they're flowing, and the modeling system will give us a prediction on where that plume is going to go. More importantly, it tells us where it came from, which is huge. So we can send forces there to mitigate that. If it's an accidental leak, we can shut it down. If it's intentional release, we can shut that down. That does carry over here to our partnership with IMS. We were able to come out here and do some real-world testing. We brought out the Department of Defense Joint Program Executive Office. We brought out the folks from Dugway Proving Ground. We had multiple people here from the national laboratories participating in this, as well as the CWMD office from IDHS, or from National DHS, working together and doing these releases with simulant materials that were non-invasive, non-toxic, and we're able to visually verify the data as being accurate with a visual tracer. And all the labs were able to validate that data that we were seeing from the plume prediction. So we've made a lot of great strides. We're hopefully going to be able to continue this at some point in the future. But we are kind of a test city, and that's always been my focus, is to not just really do things for us, it's doing for the entirety of us, nation, right? So that's where we kind of stand, and I don't want to steal off Casey's thunder because I know he's got a great presentation, so I'll pause here and let Casey talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Brown. Representative Brooks, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. Thank you to the commission for the invitation. I've had to testify before grand jury, but never before commission. It's a nice change.
Less pressure.
Yes.
Especially.
Yes. Thank you to IMS for hosting. They're always such a good host, and especially for events like this. So again, that's appreciated. As Representative Brooks mentioned, I'm the Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator for the FBI here in Indianapolis. For those not familiar, there is a Joint Terrorism Task Force resident in each FBI field office, and typically, each one of those Joint Terrorism Task Force is a Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator. Here in Indiana, because we are a small to medium office, and the representatives know how the funding staffing levels work based on population size, and then that dictates office size, and then the size of the JTTF. I am the one FBI agent that's on the Weapons of Mass Destruction Coordinator program here. But thankfully, since I'm on a JTTF, I have a lot of support, particularly two gentlemen in the audience here today who are state police. They're task force officers, Tom Arvin and Gary Warfield. So they assist with all things weapons of mass destruction and special events. So I'm very grateful to have them and the makeup of the JTTF that supports that. So my role here in Indianapolis, it's both weapons of mass destruction, but also the special events coordinator. And those two positions very much go hand in hand, just due to the nature of what we're trying to either respond to, investigate. So there's, with the weapons of mass destruction, Representative Brooks mentioned earlier, CBRNE acronym, so chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosives. The FBI would be that remit, that acronym. Those challenges all fall within the remit of WMD coordinator. Along with that is special events. And so I'm the representative to the FBI representative here in Indianapolis to the Indy 500s, Colts games, Pacers games, big events at Lucas Oil or the Convention Center. This past year, we started working some more home games of the Pacers, the Indiana State Fair, which represents a unique challenge. I think it's one of the largest fairs in the country. There's livestock. There's tens of thousands of people that attend every night. So with that, myself, Gary, or Tom, we try to have at least one of us to these special events. In the event that there is an issue, CBRNE issue, that rises to the level of a federal matter. So if it is something that is deployed with malicious intent, if there is a payload attached to a drone or unmanned aerial vehicle of some kind, if there's a conspiracy, if it's a terrorist event, then myself, I'm sort of forward deployed with other representatives from our office at, say, at Indy 500, then work that scene, try to collect evidence, and treat it as an investigation in partnership with our state, local, and federal partners. If it is a biomatter, certainly we're going to be working those events with the fantastic Indiana Department of Health that we have here, Marion County Public Health. Representative Brooks mentioned earlier about the FBI teaching, but I've been in this position for about 10 months, and so really all the learning has been on this side of the house. I have been very, very fortunate to learn from the likes of Sergeant Brown. He talked about Hoosier hospitality. I took over from my predecessor with zero transition, and thanks to representatives from IDH and Marion County and IMPD, ISP, I was welcomed into the fold from the security world, the special events world, the WMD world, and I've learned a lot in a year. And again, it's thanks to that Hoosier hospitality, and it's fortunate to have real worldwide subject matter experts like Sergeant Brown. So again, happy to be here. We'll, I think, speak later, maybe in answers to one of the questions about what the FBI brings to the WMD and the CBRNE and the special events world. The big thing for us is counter drones, in particular for the Indy 500, which I could speak to maybe in the question and answer session.
Thank you very, very much. And it's not every day that the federal representative is given all the kudos to the local for welcoming him in to the fold. Before we go on, could other law enforcement that have worked with these gentlemen please stand? Would just like to know who else is here that maybe has worked with. You mentioned state police. Okay, you mentioned state police. And what agencies are you with?
Good.
Okay. State police?
Those two gentlemen are the
Folks that you mentioned?
yes, that's Gary and Tom.
Okay.
No, they just lost their job because they're undercover.
No. Sorry. And yourselves? Who are you with?
Oh, Sergeant Brown. Yeah.
Okay, outstanding. And yourselves? Okay. Okay, outstanding. Thank you all so very much. So thank you. Now, I wanted you all to, be included in this because when I was U.S. Attorney from 01 to 07, and suddenly, realizing, particularly after 9/11, that this particular facility, mass gatherings, could be a potential target, I learned and got very involved in learning what the federal role was with our state. Homeland Security departments were just being stood up. Governor Ridge was the first. I mean, think about it. That's how much our world has changed in those 20 years. And so we didn't have state departments of Homeland Security like we do now. It fell really to local law enforcement and some expertise in our field offices. And so that coordination and what takes place here, why don't you share a little bit about the level of planning? Not that you need to get into that, but what do you do for mass gathering events to get ready? How long do you typically train and bring people in? And if you could just give us and how can the federal government help with any of that training? Sergeant Brown?
Well, to answer part of the question, when do we start? For the Indy 500, we start the day after the race to plan the next year's race. Really, that's when we're starting. It takes a long time to get the resources together. This past May, for the Indy 500, in my group, that was the Counter-WMD group, we had 38 different agencies that were working together for that common goal. And that was state, federal, huge tasking to bring everyone together, work as one group, but I think we do it well. Another reason I think we're able to get some of the things done that we do here is because we do work together well. There's not a day that goes by that we don't talk to each other or at least someone in the group, right? We're always sharing information. And that's across the board with all the agencies. We all work together very well. And I've been told from others who come to visit here that that's always not the case in other places. I don't know why it works here. It just does. We're able to get the right people, I guess. The other thing is always going to come up is funding. I can't beat around that push. So funding is always an issue, especially at the local, because we're kind of the low hanging fruit, the money tree, right? We just don't have as much resources as our federal partners or our state partners do. So one of the ways that we've kind of been able to address that is grant funding. So that could be better. What would I think benefit us the most is if somebody could have some grant funding that is actually earmarked just for this. So it's not able to be used for something else. It actually gets where it needs to go. And that's part of the problem with funding is sometimes it doesn't get where it needs to go. So I hope I answered your question.
You did. Thank you. And I guess relative to that and that planning, does the FBI share with state and locals during this process threat information with the local partners? Is that done through the JTTF, or is that a separate, because this is a specific event, how do you share the threat information if you do share threat information that FBI received?
Yes, ma'am, we do. It's a fairly formal process. There's either a CETA or a JCETA, which is another acronym for it, but a Joint Special Event Threat Assessment. So the Intelligence Analyst Corps within the FBI Indianapolis works with the Indiana Fusion Center, Indiana Department of Homeland Security, and for a big event like the 500, we put out a joint CETA. For something maybe a little less scale, say like the Indiana Pacers or the Indianapolis Colts, we put out a CETA, which mostly comes from us. And so again, it's a special event threat assessment. And so it looks at what threats are out there in our holdings or that we're seeing. It then is passed around the community, particularly at the Fusion Center for the race. And then that is distributed amongst all partners, both public and private. Whatever threats are known to the track, either individuals, somebody targeting the race, and yes, so shared both privately and or with private and public partners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a quick question to follow up on that. I understand how you share information, particularly threat information, but how do you communicate with each other when you have different systems?
It's a great question. So part of that is...
do you use satellite phones when you're running around a place like this?
So here we have both radios and cellular telephones. That's the main form of communication. But I think the way that it's streamlined the most is by having representatives such as myself at the event. So,
are you sitting in the same place?
Yes, ma'am. Well, so Sergeant Brown is at Stout Field, close by, ready to respond. But most of us are, so for the race in particular, the Indy 500, most federal and state partners are on location the week leading up, particularly at the museum. We park there. And so that's where all our command vehicles are. So the command vehicles are all co-located and can speak directly to each other. My boss, so the ASAC of the FBI Indianapolis, and other higher level representatives are in the 9th floor pagoda. And so when we speaking earlier to the training and the preparation, we do tabletop exercises prior to the Indy 500, and a lot of those are working through that very issue. It's communication. So if something were to happen, it gets communicated to the Ninth Floor Pagoda where all the leadership is located, and then maybe same time or shortly thereafter, then it's communicated to the various command vehicles that are co-located together, and it's sent out text messages, phone call, radios. We're using it all.
And what if the cell phones are knocked down?
Well, hopefully radio, if that was unavailable, again, like being co-located is about as good as we can get. We've worked through scenarios of obviously IMS can send messages to the entire track. So if we needed them to get on and say we are evacuating or we're not evacuating, stay in place, or there's an incident, please, don't go near that section. That can be communicated via IMS through the pagoda.
Thank you.
Okay. Not certain if Governor Ridge is here. Okay. Senator Daschle?
He's off too.
Okay. He's not here as well. Fred, any questions?
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. Thanks very much. Appreciate your service, your work, and your unblemished record. So want that to continue. So I once, before I chaired the Energy and Commerce Committee, I chaired the Telco subcommittee, and I was in Washington on 9/11. I drove through the Pentagon parking lot that morning before the attack, and we had a good number. I was in New York a couple days later, and we took the recommendations of the 911 committee very seriously, and we passed the legislation that forced all of our broadcasters to move from analog to digital, preserving part of that digital wavelength for law enforcement. So, in fact, you could communicate with each other. We also passed the Upton Amendment. Brief little story. I proposed to my wife at an Orioles game with Brooks Robinson at third base. I was reminded about that when he passed away this morning. I had a plane fly over Memorial Stadium. Amy, this is the inning to say yes. And she did. It'll be 40 years in another couple weeks. But after 9/11, the Upton Amendment then passed, so no one can do that again because we ban aircraft flying over sporting events, which I go to a lot, with more than 35,000 people, 330,000 for this event, an hour before the game. So the banners, whatever, are gone, with exceptions for law enforcement, obviously, and the military. But we've got new threats now, drones. So what specifically do you need Congress to do, or what authorities might be lagging as we take on this new threat, particularly as we watch the events in Ukraine and Russia, in terms of, we have to be, you all have to be lucky every day. They have to be lucky once. So what is it that we need to make sure that your job might be a little bit easier as we move to the next stage in terms of what the bad guys would love to do to a wonderful event like this?
Good question. So I'm going to mention a conversation that Karina Bertella from Transportation Security Administration and I had just the other day. Karina's our law enforcement Federal Air Marshal lead for this region, and she and I talk a lot. And we recently have been doing counter-drone, not to the level that Casey can talk about at this venue, but we've actually been using a system where we can detect not only the drone itself, but where the pilot is. And as currently, there's no legislation to allow us to anything other than really just go talk and ask that pilot to fly back. Which is a problem because drones fly very fast. They fly very low, undetected. Before, if someone was using nefarious intent, before we would be able to get to the pilot, they would have already succeeded because the drone's already there at the target. So I don't quite know what the answer is, other than there needs to be some thought given to allowing the locals, and I say locals, I'm including state in that, the authority to have some type of capability to protect these venues, be that taking a drone over and flying it, to a safe area, whatever. But then there needs to be something also on the back end for that pilot. What are we doing about that? And what laws can be in place to make penalty? Currently, there's not a lot there. And right now, we're just doing kind of a courtesy campaign of going up and doing some education about, with the pilots when we encounter them, that they shouldn't be flying in certain locations, especially when the temporary flight restriction is in place.
So is it temporary flight restriction in place for the Indy 500?
Yes.
And what's the radius is it a mile, 5 miles?
I can't speak to that directly. I'm not sure. I know it's several miles. Yes.
It's several miles around the tracks, and we're actually working with the NFL and Lucas Oil Security for that as well. That'll be about a block radius around the perimeter of the stadium. But that's it's a great question, sir, because everyone in this room, particularly the law enforcement folks behind us, that's our biggest concern with the Indy 500, or if the roof is open at Lucas Oil. If I can take 2 seconds just to kind of speak to how we're currently postured for the counter drone. So the FBI, I guess the big resource that we provide as part of security effort for Speedway Police and for IMS is our counter drone capability. So that capability comes from CERG and down in Quantico, and that when we deploy CERG and our counter drone, they have the ability both to detect and mitigate a drone. Won't get into too many specifics, but even though the race is technically a Tier 2 event, the CERG resources are typically designated only for Tier 1 events.
Can you please explain those?
Yes. So, afraid of what the acronym is. I got the CETA acronym earlier.
Okay.
The Tier 1 Special Events Rating, but it's a special event rating put out by DHS. And
why wouldn't they be at 330,000? I go to the big house. We got 115,000 there. But why wouldn't you have three times that here? You got the inauguration with 1 million people, but there's not a lot of events larger than 330.
I think because of the unique size and venue, IMS and Speedway PD receive all the resources that they would receive if they were a Tier 1. And so it's a Tier 2. It will likely be changed in future date, but for now, even though it's a Tier 2, they still receive the resources of a Tier 1 to include the FBI's counter drone effort. And so we have the ability to detect and mitigate. We deploy our bomb techs. We designate landing zones. And so that way, to Sergeant Brown's point, if a drone is detected, not 100%, but we have the ability to detect it and mitigate it. Because, of course, the concern is that if there's a payload. And to Representative Brooks' point earlier, we also have a U.S. attorney from the Southern District of Indiana forward deployed so that he or she can decide real time if this is a federal matter, and if Sergeant Brown's other point, how we're going to deal with the operator. Can we seize the drone? Can we press charges? But that is an issue, is what legislation is out there for us to use. Federally, it's there, but a lot of these are not rising to the level of a federal matter or federal crime. It's where it's a local issue that becomes the issue. The other issue is CERG is, and again, I don't want to be speaking for Director Ray. I'm speaking way above my pay grade here, but CERG is stretched very, very thin, just covering Tier 1 events. So I think we will have them deployed if and when we request them every year. But to Sergeant Brown's point, if there was a local ability or resource for mitigation, then we wouldn't necessarily have to worry about whether or not CERG can deploy for the race. And then we have to bring them in, and they have to come out with a lot of equipment and resources, time and money to deploy and to set up. And so if there was that local ability another federal agency or state agency that had the mitigation effort, that would be hugely helpful.
Can I just ask a quick clarifying? When you say mitigation, do you mean blowing up the drone, or do you mean that there are ways to divert the drone and capture it? Or
Yes, no, it's a great question. So it doesn't work 100% of the time, but yes, the fear is that you can detect it, but then you can't act on it, and so the operator can do whatever he or she was planning to do with it. Particularly scary scenarios if they have a payload. So the ability is to take over that drone and maybe land it where we would like for it to land, and that's usually an open landing zone with bomb techs ready to act if need be. And so yes, that capability is out there. It's not 100%, but it's pretty effective. And it's, again, they're even to mitigate it just to the point where maybe it would come down. We don't want it to come down within the track. We want to get it away from the track or outside of the track and away from spectators. That's what the current capability is. But to Sergeant Brown's point earlier, it only exists within the FBI. And so we have to deploy SIRG each time we want to use them. And they're stretched with the Super Bowl and conventions and other Tier 1 events. And so if we had the legislation and the mitigation capability locally, it would be very beneficial.
Terrific. Thank you. Jim?
Thank you. Sitting here looking at all of those empty seats and then imagining them filled with 330,000 people, I think about crowd control. And in a couple of scenarios, one where, let's say, since the drone mitigation is not 100% effective, a drone, or even for that matter, a piloted small plane came over, aerosoling something out, which could be a pathogen or could just be white powder, talcum powder, would create panic. And we've all seen terrible cases of soccer games and other events where you have, stampedes and many, many people crushed to death. So that's one horrible scenario. Another, of course, is where the audience is not, the attendees are not aware that there's a danger, but somehow they have to be evacuated using loudspeakers and some instructions and so forth that's meant to get an orderly evacuation without that kind of event. So could you talk about crowd control and there's different scenarios and how you manage that?
I'll speak to that briefly because it's kind of, I'm familiar with some of the things they do. That's not my world, 100%. So, but I do know the Indianapolis Motor Speedway does have a plan, a very good plan in place for evacuation. They've actually modeled that and determined the best avenues to direct people to empty the stadium if need be, or the grandstands if need be, quickly, and where to push those people to. So I know that plan exists. I recall that speaking with them quite a while back. As far as the efforts that law enforcement takes, the Indy 500 has a lot of police agencies here working together. It's not just one police department, even though this venue is technically in the town of Speedway, and Speedway has a police department. This is their event. We're all just here to support that event and give them the assistance they need. And that goes from not only here locally, but as Casey just mentioned, federal assets come in and help with that. So as far as directing the people, I know it's a challenge coming into the venue itself. There are multiple different gates. There's 4 vehicle gates that we have to secure and staff, and we're screening vehicles as they come in. That is a bit of a challenge. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say it's less than about 5,000 vehicles actually come into this venue on race events that have to be checked. And we do that at the various gates using a myriad of different equipment and canine detection dogs. So we're screening for all possible threats that we can detect. Pedestrians, as they're coming in, for trying to get them as them too. But there's 250 lanes of pedestrian entry into this venue. That's a lot. Try to secure that is a challenge, and we find that we know we're never going to be 100%. It's just not possible. But I think working together and working with the equipment that we're able to bring to bear and hope to bring to bear in the future with next generation equipment, it will always make it safer. So, Casey, I don't know if you wanted to weigh in on that.
So to answer your question, again, Sergeant Brown and I are not experts on how they would evacuate the 330,000, let's say, but we've worked through those scenarios. So to the question earlier about training leading up to the Indy 500, we were in this room and we did a tabletop exercise. And in that exercise, it was a vehicular homicide. So an individual had a box truck, ran through the barricade, the street closures, the barricades, and unfortunately, in the scenario, had killed some people and got into a gunfight with IMPD. And so then, okay, everyone, how do we deal with this? And because part of that was we didn't know if the box truck contained any kind of explosive or any CBRNE type of issue. And so to your question, IMS was then running with, okay, one, we need to communicate this to the 9th floor pagoda. And how do we communicate that? And if some communication methods are down, how do we move to secondary ones? Once we communicated what the issue is, then it's, okay, how do we get people out and where do we do that? And so IMS representatives have talked about, okay, so the issue happened at gate 2. So gate 2 is off limits. Now we're going to evacuate through these various gates. So there's a plan in place, certainly, to evacuate people. The issue that I think, are concerned with, to Bob's point earlier about no real-time detection for bio, is what happens if something is deployed at an event like this and we don't know about it until individuals present themselves, say, at a hospital or clinic with symptoms. Again, public health would have to have the majority of that unfortunate scenario. But as investigators, or as FBI at the federal, state, and local level, how do we preserve? How do we collect evidence? How do we track down witnesses? How do we try to work an investigation when we may not know that event happened until 24, 48 hours after? So there's just as much challenge of evacuating people, but there's also a huge challenge of we let everybody go, and there goes our crime scene, there goes our evidence, there goes our witnesses, maybe there goes bad guy and co-conspirators. So we worked through a lot of that in the TTX. We try to do those TTXs. We do multiple ones before the race, and so it's something we've thought about. There's certainly a plan for evacuation, but yeah, it's a tough challenge with this many people. Thank you much.
I should say, because spring can be tornado weather in Indiana as well, I certainly know that the Motor Speedway has, for decades, actually had mass exodus plans in place, more for tornadoes. And I think those have been called upon once that I know of, that I've been told. So I think, these things are discussed and exercised a bit, not with the 330,000 people here, but tornadoes is something that's also caused the evacuation plan. So they do an amazing job. Peggy.
Thanks. This last discussion makes me want to quickly ask one question and then want to drill down deeper on another. In terms of, I think you asked a question about command center or whatever here. I mean, for example, if you were going to evacuate, how you evacuate does depend on the nature of the event. And do your best to ascertain the nature of the event requires different kinds of expertise. And of course, ultimately will require action in the face of huge uncertainty, most likely. But is there a command center that actually is operating in real time that would inform decisions, where you have the public health people and the FBI and the police and other critical decision makers all in a room together? My sense was you don't, but I feel like that would be crucial.
We do, yes. So,
Yeah.
so the 94 Pagoda is where that command center exists for the Carb Day, for Brickyard, for the Indy 500. That is where the command center. So it's representatives, higher level leadership representatives from FBI and other federal partners, certainly state police, IMPD, departments of health. To Representative Brooks' point, there's meteorologists in the event of weather. So those are all on 9-4. They're all sitting together. They all have command.
Okay, I somehow in your earlier answer had the feeling that communication existed, but you weren't all together.
Yes.
And clear lines of authority on decision making, depending on what the nature of the event is. The
100%, yes.
Okay, well that's helpful. I wanted to ask a sort of a pointed question. You're off the hook here, perhaps, but I'm not sure. But you spoke in a very enthusiastic way about, I think it was called Sigma Plus, and also its existing program, the BioWatch program. But I would really like you to convince me about the value add. I've watched the BioWatch program since its inception, and I see that it has many deficiencies, partly technologic, that we don't have the real-time detection capacity that we would need. So the vision is real-time information for action, but the reality is delays in terms of having to take the material to be tested and get the results back. And by then, people are long since dispersed, et cetera. So Sigma Plus, I gather, is an effort to take it to the next level, to apply more advanced approaches. You indicate it's coming to an end. Is that because decisions have been made that it isn't working, or is that because there needs to be an effort to analyze it to decide how well is it working? But in your experience with being an important test site for it, have there been instances where you have really been able to say this is an example of the benefit that would change the way I'd be able to respond? Because it's going to, if we move forward with this kind of technology, which theoretically seems just so compelling and attractive, but it's going to require huge investments, which are going to obviously be taken from other places and other critical needs. So I'd like, since you probably know more about this than almost anyone else, I'd love you to help me move beyond what is a little bit of cynicism about the reality of this, although enthusiasm for the concept.
I'll do my best. So, first off, I'm going to say that I am on the local BioWatch Advisory Committee. Their law enforcement representative. So, been involved with that for some time. Just recently, my team, the IMPD officers, have received some additional training to be part of the phase 1 sampling team that would occur if we get a BioWatch actionable result. So I want to say this. Could BioWatch be better? Yes. But BioWatch works. And it's worked for 20 years, right? And it works every day. There does have limitations. It does have limitations, I admit. Hence the placement of the sensors. You're limited how many are out there. We've had population growth since those sensors were originally placed. Maybe we need to revisit, are they currently in the best spot to serve the most people? Maybe that could be looked at and tweaked. But the system's drawing in the air. We're checking the filters every 24 hours. It's going to an LRN lab or a BioWatch laboratory to be tested. That does work. But is it the best that we can do as a country? No, we can improve on it. And I agree with that. I think the DARPA program was trying to address that, the Sigma program. But keep in mind, DARPA projects are only traditionally 5 years long. It's a temporary project. We were gracious enough to get a 3-year extension, but there are no more extensions. The program is over just because that's the way it is in their world. It's not that, anybody thought it wasn't working. It was working. It's just that the program timed out. Someone needs to pick that up. And I don't know who that is. I wish I did. But somebody needs to pick that up because there's a lot of information that we learned in those 8 years that we don't want to lose. And there was some technology really coming to bear and showing some promise that could give us real-time biodetection capability. Maybe not in a year, maybe not in 2, but, maybe in 5, we would be able to see real-world viable detection system. So we're just not, we're not there yet. And I'm not, representing DARPA in any way. I was just a partner of theirs and hosted the events, got to be part of that. And I think that they were doing some really good things. But as I said, the bio just needs a little bit more work, but I think we can get there. Welcome.
Question. Actually, Dr. Caine talked about the smartwatch technology
Yes.
that you have on.
Come on.
Cool.
There's about 6 of us in the room.
Okay, good. Well, excellent. And
So if we see you guys running out, we should run out too.
Yeah. Yes.
can you talk to us a little bit about that? And that's part of Sigma Plus?
It is. That was kind of a side study that was conducted as a human wearable study. So kind of human subject testing, if you will. So what we were looking at was the ability to have something that you could wear that would monitor your health, like a lot of people have Fitbits and other items, right? But then that information would be fed into kind of a system that DARPA created that was kind of our overarching monitoring system that I still use. And that doesn't show me real-time data because we're doing a human subject study. So we have to kind of anonymize some of that. So I can't look at the system and I can't tell what your health would be, right? Because that's protected information. But it does give us some early warning if you start becoming symptomatic, because you're answering a daily survey on how you feel and when was the last time you slept and how was your activity level today. So it's measuring those metrics against what it's the data that it's seeing, and it's feeding that into an algorithm that is only going to alert us if we hit certain markers on certain things, like a temperature, and this isn't the exact, but a temperature, say, of over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That would trigger an alert that you might want to pay a little more attention to the data coming from this system. And we can start to build. And what we're trying to do is the goal was to try to do what we couldn't do at the beginning of COVID. We couldn't see the population in real time. We didn't know where clusters were yet until that data started coming in a little bit later, right? But if we'd had everyone wearing a device, we would know. We would start seeing pop-ups in St. Louis or Dallas or wherever of clustering of these type of symptoms. So that is part of the Sigma project as well. That is actually going to end very soon.
Okay. Well, thank you for explaining that. Rachel Levinson is here with us. Did not and have tried to find out if you have any questions that you wanted to ask. And I apologize, but we were behind time till Donna caught us up. Any questions you might have for this panel?
I don't think
Yeah, we can't hear
your
you.
microphone's on. Why?
Okay,
There we go.
maybe pull it closer to you. Yeah, or speak into it. Yeah, if you could speak into it. Closer,
Lean in.
closer.
Yeah, be
Like,
right here.
I know it's not comfortable, but it would be helpful. A little.
Maybe
Yeah, I mean,
you should just come.
That's my body. It's already said that you have to talk to special agents.
There you go.
Right. Okay, so the commission has had a number of discussions about BioWatch and other types of detection systems, but particularly the need to have something that's giving you real-time information. And if we're in an event in this place right now, and you want to be able to decide whether you need to evacuate or to move people around, I very much like the discussion about what you would do if you think that there's a drone that has a payload and what you would do. And I'll follow up with that. But waiting until people are coming into the hospital is really not the best way to go about it for many reasons. No opportunity for attribution, for example, if that should happen. So you were absolutely correct, Sergeant Brown, in saying that the DARPA program is ending because that's what they do. It's a development program and is not intended to support a system over time. So would you be willing, if there was a source of funding, presumably from the federal government, to continue some of the development, but because DARPA is not going to do that, that's not what they do, but there still needs to be further testing and refinement, in your view, I think, and I'd like to know if you think that that's true. Would you be willing to continue with that? Do you think that it's useful? And one possibility, because we know that BioWatch is very limited, particularly in terms of the timing it takes to get any kind of result, but also what it's detecting and the inability, the relative lack of flexibility to see what it's picking up. You can't add unknowns to that very easily. What if the funding for BioWatch that's being continued to be spent by the government, would you suggest that that's something that could be moved over to a continuation of developing and deploying Sigma Plus? And if I'm putting you on the spot and it's really too difficult or presents a conflict, you're welcome to say that you wouldn't want it.
You can always ask the federal government for more money.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good, both those are good questions. And to kind of answer your first question, would we, and I say we as being our community here locally, still support the development of the DARPA? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, the technology that they were able to bring to fruition and this, they had some of the smartest people in the country from all the national labs involved and some private sector companies working together for 8 years on this project, and it ends. I mean, it's just the way it is. And someone, I don't know, I think it needs to be federal oversight, a federal agency, and that could be whoever. It could be CDC, it could be FBI, it could be CWMD, whoever wants to pick up that and run with it. But this needs to continue. Absolutely. Now, to your second question, yes, it would be great to have real-time detection at our BioWatch PSU locations. I don't disagree with that at all. What I don't want to see happen is I don't want to see the current technology be cast aside with our current BioWatch systems, because they do work. And maybe we could tweak that a little bit. Maybe we can up our sampling and go from once every 24 hours to once every 8 hours. But again, that comes with funding. You have to pay for the people to go out and collect those filters, and then you have to pay for the extra filters. And now we've got to staff the lab, in 24 hours, right? So we got to pay for staff and all the reagents and everything that comes with that. So, is there an answer? Yeah, there's an answer but it's going to cost us. So, what I would really like to see happen is I'd like to see continued development of the technology that Sigma has, and I would like to see that co-located with the existing BioWatch system. I don't see where that would be harmful at all, and that might get us to the point where we don't have to necessarily pull a sample every day. Why don't we just pull a sample once the technology is proven, when we get an alarm or an alert, and then we could go pull the filter, right, for analysis. So maybe that's an option. So I do think there's an answer. I think it's coming, but without continuing on the work that was done for the last 8 years at DARPA, I just don't see how we're going to get there in a timely fashion.
Do you mind if we drill down just a little bit more here and maybe actually get Special Agent Farrell observations too? You do believe in BioWatch, I can see that, but when you get a positive, what actions actually flow from that? And I'd be interested in, what does the FBI do with a positive alert from the BioWatch system? Because it's not as though, if you had people here and you got a real-time signal of a bio exposure, that's one thing. But BioWatch is now time delayed. It's also in a setting where you don't know who actually was exposed at an earlier time on a street corner or whatever. So I'm just sort of curious what then ensues.
So from the FBI perspective, we would respond. I'm in my role, I'm a member of BioWatch, so I work the TTXs with them and receive updates. With my role being an investigator, if it was an intentional release and malicious and a federal crime. And so we would respond locally, and we would work with departments of health, Marion County, Indiana State, to the Indiana National Guard, the 53rd CST. They're here as well. They're a fantastic resource. They would most likely respond. So it would sort of be all hands response to any kind of bio event or bio watch. And then it would be a determination is it a public health matter or is it a federal investigative matter? So assuming it's a federal investigative matter, that's myself and Gary and Tom, we have the ability and the resources to call back to our headquarters and say, okay, this is what we're dealing with. And the beauty of that, it's called a TCE, another acronym, but a threat evaluation. I can call back and maybe within 20 minutes have FBI WMD and also our FBI lab and federal resources on the call and say, okay, this is what we're dealing with. This is what we hit on. This is what we're testing for. This is what was confirmed by whoever did the testing. This is what we have. And then the determination would be made there to send national resources out. So, and thankfully, because of the resources that the FBI and the federal government has, that response can be within a matter of hours. Some of the challenges, to your point, is that if it's delayed, we've likely lost witnesses. We may have lost evidence. But if it's something that we've collected and we can sample and we've tested it and it's something that's not good, then we would try to preserve that as evidence and run with an investigation from there. But again, we could be on a call in 20 minutes. We could have national assets within a matter of hours to help us with that response, and whether that's investigatively or with tracking down witnesses, doing contact tracing. all of that would be available within surprising amount of time. Yes.
And frankly, there's another tool in the toolbox because, as it was indicated, 330,000 people that were here earlier this year, you got their email, you got their phone, you know where they sat. I was at Wrigley Field earlier this year, and, you know, I've got my tickets on my phone. The Big Ten is moving away from the paper tickets, so you can immediately tell who's in that particular section 112, row 3, seat 11 and 12.
Yes. Hopefully.
We got that. Now it's your fingerprints that you didn't have a couple of years ago.
That's right. Correct.
Well, thank you. Anything further, Rachel?
Just one for Special Agent Casey Farrell about the drone, particularly the idea of controlling the drone. I mean, we had a session a while back where we were discussing what you would do if there was a drone or other kind of delivery system, and the fact that you could not shoot it down. I mean, then you defeats the purpose. But this group has the opportunity to make recommendations for various kinds of efforts for development that the federal government might pursue. Is this an area where you think that further technology development having to do with drone control or other capture mechanisms would be useful that we could forward?
The better technology would always help because it's not, we have the mitigation capability, but as I mentioned earlier, it's not 100%. It's a matter of detecting when the operator switches on the system. It's a matter of locating the operator, and it's also a matter of being able to overtake that drone in order to mitigate it. So without getting into too many specifics about how the technology actually works or the capability, it's not 100%. So, and I'm certainly not an expert on that capability, but I do know that it doesn't work 100%. So what I think would be nice until the technology catches up to the point where it's 100%, to Sergeant Brown's point earlier and something that we talked about earlier is maybe we build in some redundancy. So if we don't get to the point where we no longer have to deploy FBI's national assets out here to do it, which I think would be helpful, I guess, in terms of just deploying resources and logistics. If we had that local resource, not only does it help with deployments and the resources, the funding, but also there could be some redundancy in there. So maybe we do still bring out FBI CERT, but then we also have a second system that could back up that first system. And then maybe we're at 100% at that point. Or, one of the issues is the size of the area. And so not every time. So even if we are able to grab it, we may not be able to get it to where we want it to go. And so if a second system is deployed, they may then be able to grab it and bring it to where we want. So I would say I'm not enough of an expert on the technology itself to what we would need to make it 100%. I know that it gets better every time we deploy it. But I would say, to answer your question, it would be a matter of trying to get mitigation capabilities locally. So we didn't have to deploy FBI resources every time. And so we had some redundancy built in.
Thank you.
Because it is it's a huge concern. And it's, there's only so much that you can do with the amount of resources that we have.
Okay, well, thank you. I think any further questions for our panel? Thank you so very much. I love that, as you said, Sergeant Brown, we are a test site for the country, and I'm very proud of that, and very proud of, the department's participation and your participation and all that we're bringing. And so thank you to the FBI for always helping lead the federal response here at Motor Speedway as we support the Speedway. Yes, there is a Speedway Police Department, and that is the most local entity here, and with IMPDs and all the 38 agencies that come together to make this place safe. So thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, and then you get to move on to lunch, okay? And we're going to depart, but Patricia's going to tell you all about lunch, and thank you all so very much. Please stay for lunch. And we hope we have terrific panels this afternoon. We have 2 panels this afternoon, and starting back up at 1:15. So thank you. We look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Okay. Oh, 1 minute.
I get to introduce two people who have the coolest jobs in Indiana. Dr. Julia Visor is assistant professor of clinical emergency medicine at the IU School of Medicine, and she's the first woman to be medical chief for IndyCar and the IMS. And we're delighted to have her here. And John Ball, who also has a cool job, is the vice president for security and event services for Pacers Sports and Entertainment here in Indianapolis. He's been at Pacers for 14 years. And Julia, why don't we start with you?
Sure.
And I didn't give you all my stories about fighting with the NCAA or any of that, but
I can't wait to hear more about that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your kind introduction. My name is Julia Visor. I'm a board-certified emergency medicine, EMS, and motorsports physician. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf and highlight excellent work of Indianapolis Motor Speedway and IndyCar security and medical teams over the last decades. I was asked to share our experiences and my perspective in preparation for the largest sporting event in the world, the Indianapolis 500, and provide 3 actionable points that can be translated to smaller venues. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway has over 550 acres of infield. Our job is wellness and safety of guests, athletes, and team members, not only on the day of the 500, when we routinely have more than 300,000 people in attendance, but the entirety month of May. Additionally, given the size of this event, our duty is not only to the attendees of the event, but to the entire city of Indianapolis. Role of medical director during this event is quite broad. Anything from oversight of regular illnesses and injuries from the attendees, overseeing the snake pit and medical response for that, seeing the drivers involved in accidents.
You might tell them what the snake pit is.
No. Snake pit is the EDM concert that happened in the infield, and I'm fairly certain guests of that venue are not even aware that there is a race going on. So in addition to all that, we're also tending to the drivers involved in motor vehicle accidents traveling over 200 miles an hour. So more than ever, it's important for a medical director to have trust in all of the agencies involved to do their job and to involve you when it's time to be involved. So that brings me to my first actionable point for a medical director, which is preparation and prevention of the undesirable event. To me, preparedness is about building relationships and open communication before the event occurs. You must have trust that your public safety sector will be motivated and will respond to any incident. This trust is not assumed, but verified firsthand through meetings, joint training, where the key members of each team get to know each other in advance. That relationship building also extends to your colleagues and peers in the hospitals to alert you to unusual activities presenting from your venue and your event executive team so you can have effective communication in the event of an incident as a medical director whose advice can be followed and trusted. Firstly, one needs to assess which resources are available for your event and how they're used. I know we've already talked about the special event assessment rating SEER, but it's a resource from Homeland Security where you can voluntarily submit your event for evaluation. They categorize your event by threat, vulnerability, and consequence, and we're qualified as SEER 2, which gives us access to federal interagency support, which is great. Emergency action plan needs to be developed jointly in advance, and it should delineate roles, responsibilities, and pertinent response procedures. Unified command members and physical location of that should be predetermined. All key players should be familiar with the EAP and know their role in its execution. Given the size and extent of our event, biological threat, unfortunately, is one of many, and when we prepare for the full spectrum of CBRNE, but also other threats such as severe weather, mass shootings, and even race car debris in the grandstands. Although it is important to recognize rising biothreat, flexibility and adaptability of your response plan is key. We have around 40 agencies in field, boots on the ground on the day of the 500, all dedicated to keeping the event safe. I've heard from some of them already.
Each agency is capable and dependable, and we prepare through eliminating silos by coming together months in advance. And when I say months in advance, I want to echo what Surgeon Brown said. The day after the 500, we begin planning for the next 500. We facilitate dialogue, get to know each other, we plan as a team. In addition to effective communication, multi-agency training is important for practice of unified command, integration of community resources, joint decision-making, resource and information sharing. It must be followed by after-action discussion reports, and it is important to revise your procedures and policies when it seems fit. All agencies come together for a tabletop practice in early May, where we simulate an incident and practice our response to reemphasize the key response representatives, our roles and responsibilities within the event. Lastly, it's important to coordinate with neighboring jurisdictions ahead of time to ensure interoperability in the event they're called to action. A lot of effort goes into detection and prevention of an incident at IMS. Surgeon Brown, Special Agent Farrell covered a lot of that. But if an event was to occur, that brings us to actionable point number 2, which is responding to it. So now, if the first actionable part was done correctly, you built your relationships, you planned, you exercised your response, carrying out this point should be the most straightforward, as it will directly follow your EAP. As medical director now, you will be in advisory role to the unified command. You will become the key link in communication between response teams and the leadership as a medical translator of sorts, and become the expert of the local team's knowledge and limitations. You would work with the unified command to determine when your immediate resources are adequate and when they're overwhelmed. And when the time comes, you would activate agencies outside of your immediate threat zone with the unified command. We have a stepwise MCI plan that does just that. It activates resources in 3 different steps from the outside of immediate threat in such a way that it doesn't violate their responsibilities to the public, such as 911 service. Additionally, we have mesh network that gives us real-time knowledge on bed availability in all hospitals and gives us ability to communicate back with them. Once a threat is identified, there needs to be rapid information sharing with key members of response teams, state health department, Marion County Health Department, local hospitals. This is the time that as a medical director, you will likely be advising your executive team to terminate of the event when it's appropriate. It is important to remember that majority of biothreat, unfortunately, will not be evident immediately, and unless disclosed, will likely not be caught as part of immediate response within the venue. Instead, you may be alerted by your emergency department colleagues to patients arriving from your venue with unusual patterns of symptoms. Which brings me to actionable point number 3, which is communications and follow-up. In addition to all communications within the response teams, hospitals, and neighboring jurisdictions, there needs to be a plan for communication out to general public with announcement of the threat, recommendations on when to shelter in place, quarantine, isolate, or present themselves to the hospitals. Large bulk of communications will be handled by the health department. However, you may be able to assist if you have a robust communications department. Tracing will become particularly important, and I know Dr. Caine touched on that. So it is important to have some sort of plan in place for tracing back to ticket sales. In conclusion, it's important to plan for prevention, execution of your AAP, and follow up with most efforts focusing on interagency transparency, clear communications, and well-established relationships.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ball?
Thank you, and distinguished panel. Thank you all for the opportunity to present information today and discuss the issues and challenges surrounding the critically important issue of biological threats to arenas, other public assembly venues. Our events and venues bring in people from all different backgrounds all across the country and around the world every day. Indianapolis plays host to hundreds of major sporting and entertainment events every year, drawing mass crowds from all over the country and the world. Indianapolis 500, the IMS, Lucas Oil Stadium, and the Colts, and of course Gainbridge Fieldhouse, home of the Indiana Pacers and Fever, host hundreds of sporting events, music concerts, family events, and other events that bring in millions of guests every year. Among these include NCAA tournaments, Big Ten football, and Big Ten basketball tournaments. As has been discussed, Indianapolis sets the bar for cooperation among public safety and public health to prepare for these events with a focus on preventing attacks and building a capacity to respond to any attack scenario. Indianapolis has a long history of innovation and building cooperative partnerships. Remember when I was a much younger police lieutenant, probably about 2000, the whole city heads from the whole city of Indianapolis went to the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, led by our brilliant Deputy Mayor for Public Safety, Susan Brooks. And we did training and drills on terrible scenarios and how we would respond to those, how we should prepare for those. So it's a long history of that in Indianapolis. And it occurred to me as I've been listening to people today, for people who have been in this practice for so long, as many people in this room have, all of the crazy scenarios we thought up to do tabletop exercises over the years. You try to think up a new one. Well, let's do this crazy scenario. Let's think of this, wild thing, terrible thing that could happen, and build plans for it. Most of those have all happened now. And it's a sad state. And it just tells us we have to continue to keep one step ahead creatively so that we're not outpaced by those people that want to come and hurt us. So we do have experience responding to biological outbreak. In March of 2020, Cambridge, then Bankers Life Fieldhouse, was hosting the men's Big Ten basketball tournament. As reports of an outbreak of a new and dangerous virus spreading around the world, local public health and public safety officials, including Dr. Caine and Dr. Box and others that have been in the room today, discussed preparations and a response strategies in case it become to America. I don't think any of us was prepared for the speed with which the shutdown of normal business spread across the country. But as we watched reports of other sports leagues shutting down, the ACC tournament and other tournaments, we were in constant communication with Dr. Caine and Dr. Box, the mayor, the governor, seeking guidance and the understanding of the local situation and what their direction was. Ultimately, the tournament was canceled before the start of the second day, and the country then went into a lockdown response. The NBA season was suspended on March 11th, and what followed was 2 years of work and collaboration to build a model of returning to business, of hosting events within appropriate safety guidelines. Under the most difficult circumstances, the NBA resumed the season on July 30th with an end-of-season tournament. This all took place in the bubble at the ESPN Wide World of Sports complex at Walt Disney World. As we all navigated the opportunities to reopen and reestablish operations, the major team and venue leaders in Indianapolis, the major strength we had was their belief in the science and the support of following the guidance and direction of local and state public health officials and executives. Partly a result of the public-private collaboration, Indianapolis was selected to host the entire 2021 Men's Division I basketball tournament. To maintain safe distancing, all venues were held at 25% capacity, and strict testing and masking requirements were in place. Lessons learned through the bubble and through that hosting of that tournament were learned at every step of the way, and slowly public assembly venues were able to reopen to hosting games, concerts, and events. Now that we're back at full capacity, we're operating with some very important changes in operation learned from those lessons. First and most simply, different from the age-old, suck it up if you're sick and go on to work. Now the direction is, if you're sick, stay home. Don't get everybody else sick. And that is a major change in how people have always operated. Enhanced cleaning and sanitizing practices are our standard, and improving hygiene for all. The relationship with the health department is robust, and Dr. Caine and Dr. Box are often consulted when our plans are being developed. From a security and public safety perspective, plans for bio incidents is always front of our mind. We have to plan and prepare for a wide spectrum of threats, from simply rowdy fans disrupting games to terrorist attacks and a variety of other attack vectors. Bio threats are a part of that threat analysis, whether naturally occurring outbreak like COVID-19 or, more horribly, an intentional attack using a biological agent. We have plans in place to prevent and respond to those events, and we look forward to your questions to explore that further.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Brooks.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, I think it was 99, John.
Okay.
But close enough. And I guess I would like to talk a little bit more about the importance of exercises, as you've just talked about. And Dr. Weiser, I think you've mentioned it also. I don't think people appreciate how much time and energy go into creating the exercises. and actually planning for the exercises. And that's something that I think resources need to be provided to ensure that you can exercise. If you were to, how often do you think, and how often, for instance, does the Motor Speedway exercise? How often are you now participating with other groups in exercises? Or is everyone just so tired from the pandemic, quite honestly, that people aren't exercising anymore and doing those tabletop exercises where truly you are taking on roles and thinking of the unthinkable, but then they can happen? Dr. Visor?
So I think after the pandemic, we're more invigorated to exercise rather than tired.
Okay, good.
Several exercises happen on yearly basis. A lot of them are on the smaller scale with each individual teams kind of rehearsing within. So we exercise our on-track response. We exercise our off-track response. Our EMS trains with our fire department. But then when we bring all the 40 agencies together in the same room, that happens at least once a year. And if you have an event of this magnitude, that's something that I work on, it's important to come together at least once a year because personnel changes. And it's not about knowing how to respond to this event. A couple of years ago, we responded to a chlorine gas bomb going off right outside of the infield. A couple of years ago, we responded to a suicide bomber mass shooting event. Not important what the actual exercise is. It's important who's in the room and that you get to know each other. You know how to call for help. You know whose responsibilities lies where. And the only way to do that is to physically put yourself in a situation where you go, wait, who does that? I do that. Great. Carry on.
Okay. John, with, you've got a huge indoor arena and so forth. How much exercising is going on? Tabletop exercises and others are happening now.
I would say never enough. And that's not to say we don't do it. Like the doctor said, we do, but everybody in every realm is, operationally very busy. We host 150 events a year. It's almost every other day. And so the effort and time takes to put the exercises together is enormous on our staff. So fortunately, because of the partnerships we have, we're required by the NBA to have 2 exercises a year, tabletop exercises. So we do those. And last year we contacted the Protective Security Advisor for Indiana, Steve Bernardziak, and he brought in an exercise coordinator from Michigan, helped put our exercises together. So that was very helpful. And like to the doctor's point, we also do many smaller scale exercises and discussions every year. One we're going to do next week. We'll talk about the new phenomenon of protesters disrupting events. You saw the U.S. Open tennis tournament. The guy glued his feet in the stands. At the Republican debate in Milwaukee, a protester glued his feet to the sidewalk in front of the parking garage entrance. And so it caused us to start thinking, well, whose responsibility is it to unglue his feet? And I don't want to stand around and point at each other when that time comes. So that's it's not small when you're standing there trying to unstick his feet, but it's a small compared to a bio attack, but it's the same concepts and precepts of understanding responsibilities, understanding cooperation and communication. What tools do we need? So we are planning a January exercise with the 53rd Civil Support Team. It's an Indiana National Guard unit that Sergeant Brown mentioned. They have the capability to do downrange testing of bio and chemical agents. And I think every state has civil support teams. And they're at every Pacers game, as well as support from the FBI's Weapons of Mass Destruction team, so that we have that downrange capability and intelligence. So they're going to coordinate a large exercise at our facility in January in advance of the 2024 NBA All-Star Game. So we do it as often as we can and at whatever scale we can get it done, because it just pays tremendous dividends.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Hamburg?
Well, thank you. I have to say, I never knew during my medical training that motorsport physician was a career path that I could pursue. I don't know, my whole life might have been different.
It's really we have a fellowship, I'm happy to talk about it.
Well, first, maybe I should come to an Indy 500 and just see what it's like. But thank you both for your perspectives on the issues before our commission, but also for the broader work that you do. During COVID, this is probably more a question for you, but applies to both. It was interesting to me to see how much sports teams and sports activities actually drove public understanding of the COVID threat and also, in some cases, action. I mean, I think one of the first really major reflections of the seriousness of COVID happened when I don't know which basketball team it was, but there was a decision made not to play. And and that was really, kind of remarkable. But I think in a way, it speaks to the power of sports, and how important sports are in our society. So I'm interested in how, in your role, you helped to make sure that once the initial realization of COVID came upon us, you worked in order to enable games to go forward, and similarly, you did make it possible for other kinds of sporting activities to go forward. But I'm also interested in if you have been engaged working with other similar kinds of enterprises, other sports facilities, and other sporting events, in sharing the knowledge and experience that you've had, because this state is so rich in these kinds of major sports events and takes sports so seriously, as we heard from the governor on down. I think you really have a wealth of insights and understanding that probably would be valuable. But I don't know if there's a network that you are working in and sharing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's some critical lessons learned.
Yes, of course. In our specific instance, the NBA had coordinated among all of the teams. They have their own medical direction, and they work with the CDC and folks in Washington to understand broader national direction and policies that should be developed. And they work with all of the individual teams to implement safe ways to return to business. At the same time, yes, there are a number of professional organizations. Our operations people belong to national organizations about how to maintain arenas and public assembly areas, and they worked on sanitizing and cleaning standards for buildings so that they could meet standards to, clean, and having MERV 13 filters and black light in your air handlers to kill bioagents. And so that worked on that end. On the security end, we all worked on protocols for distancing and more touchless ways to get people into arenas. And so you're not face to face when you still have to screen people for weapons, but how do you do that in a lower contact way? And food service, nationally, their organizations, and Levy Restaurants is our partner and their national organization, and they worked on ways to have lower contact with guests, and we went cashless as a result of that. So there was at every level and sort of every discipline within the organization and the industry, there were silos of coordination and sharing of best practices, and because we've not done a lot of this before, so some was just bouncing ideas off of each other, but it happened at every level.
I think to echo that, it's a small network of people within the city of Indianapolis of what we do. You're right. We have so many different representations on such large venues, but being in the private sector, it gave us, being in the private sector, regardless, we've worked with the State Department, with the health department, following their lead, but also for us, Indiana University Health is a major partner of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Having access to experts in the world of infectious disease and prevention gave us definitely a leg up. But then we took leads from each other, right? we all followed very similar things in terms of screening, in terms of mass testing when it was appropriate, finding ways to create opportunities for the show to go on and keep our fans safe, even though they're at home and happy, but creating opportunities to get back to the green flag, even though we had to modify and hold Indianapolis 500 the month of August with not a single person in the grandstand, which was very difficult. I'm sure you all heard there were people building nests in the trees outside of the infield trying to watch, because for many people, this is decades-long traditions, family traditions. They have attended 40 years in a row, 45 years in a row of every Indianapolis 500. But making that choice, knowing when it was still important to give them that joy of showing that the race can still go on safely, keeping our athletes safe, keeping our members of the paddock safe, but also not inviting the guests here.
Thank you. Representative Greenwood.
Thank you. So we saw in COVID, and particularly in the earlier days, but throughout most of the pandemic, not only here but around the world, tension between the health and safety imperatives and the commercial realities. So whether it's closing down some guy's gym and he loses his, or large events and large nationwide decisions, I would imagine that to say we're not going to have the 500 run is something around $100 million decision, and so what I'm in both for both of you. My question is, what is the decision making process? Who gets the last word? Is it the medical officials who get the last word, or is it the entities that control and own the sporting venues?
So I think in the matters of like this magnitude, like when we had COVID and Indy 500 becoming a possible super spreader event and affecting wellness of so many lives, 330,000 people here, second largest city in Indiana on the day of the 500. The leadership very closely followed recommendation of my predecessor, Dr. Billows, who was the medical director of Indianapolis Motor Speedway and IndyCar at the time. And I think that again speaks to that relationship. When his recommendation came that we cannot go on, it was accepted immediately. And so this is when it kind of goes to that relationship building, knowing your leadership and knowing that they trust you to not pull a trigger like that until it's absolutely necessary. And they trust you to do the right thing, not only for the event, but for the members of the public.
Similarly, and I'm certainly at my level not involved in every conversation, how those decisions have come about, but I've enjoyed similarly exceptional support in my 15 years at the Pacers from executives when I've made a recommendation or we need to do something or understanding a security risk or threat, always having the resources to get it done. I was in some of the conversations when the Big Ten tournament was finishing the first day, and Dr. Caine is on the phone during the games with my leadership and talking about potential for, like that day even taking action, and then, meetings with the Big Ten that afternoon. And, it's just for looking at, it's not, we think about it all the time, but it's not in their perspective always to look through the lens of, hey, this is a major public health event. Might cancel. Their lens is, we have a tournament to finish, right? What are you going to do to make it safe? So it was a tremendous paradigm shift for everybody. And financially, in our case, again, the NBA and their board of governors that own the teams took great leadership, understanding the financial hit that they were all going to take, losing a season and losing a season and a half of revenue. They are very smart people, and they got where they are for a reason and put measures in place to protect themselves for the long term with loans and various things. But I think it speaks again to Dr. Hamburg's comment about sports sort of led the way for the country. They followed the science and they followed the direction and guidance And when they understood what had to happen to make sure we're not mass spreader events, they took the right stand to do the right thing. And we're trying to build that business back now and dig back out.
Quick follow-up question. I ran an organization that had an annual convention where we'd have maybe 20-some thousand people from all over the world come, and we could insure against something like a closure for like this, but we not the second year. So in other words, and so I just wanted, are these events insurable for the necessity to close down for medical reasons these days?
It's a great question that I don't think I can answer. I would have talked to our risk manager. Certainly that was a conversation all the way through, and that was a factor in the equation of how we handled year one. I don't know. Certainly that is probably an ongoing conversation in the insurance industry.
Yeah. It seemed to make it a lot easier to make a tough decision if you was insured.
Yeah, I'm with John. I don't have an answer.
Well, thank you.
Whether the answer is yes or no, there's some litigator that's going to go out there and.
Yes.
Representative Upton.
I just really appreciate what you all do, the job that you perform successfully. I think in my first visit to Indianapolis, when I came with my wife to the Pan Am Games in 1987, and you just wore a pass around your neck and you could walk in anywhere, and it was unlike today where you got to worry about a truck coming through an entrance and mowing down people on a sidewalk, or someone bringing a gun into an event, or obviously a bioterrorism. And as I've been to hundreds of sporting events, for sure, and concerts. I just, with the NBA, and I don't know, John, if you have the answer to this, but the NBA season starts pretty soon, couple weeks. So is the NBA taking a protocol? What have they decided for their players? They all have to be vaccinated with a new vaccine starting off. And I know you're more on the security aspect versus the coach and the health director of the team, but what are the Pacers? I'm sure it's going to be the same from all. I mean, we saw with baseball, you had to have the vaccine. Those that didn't, couldn't play in New York if that was the situation then. I know in the last couple of weeks, I think there was one team that had a couple players. I think Cincinnati Reds had a couple players on COVID. They couldn't play for those couple of weeks. What's the situation with the NBA now? Do you know?
I can't answer your specific question about what the vaccination requirements are for players going forward. Certainly, the health of all the players remains of paramount importance, and I just can't answer that.
Yeah,
part of your question.
Yeah. No, it's not relative to.
Yeah.
Well, I just, thanks for what you do.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Ms. Levinson? Don't have any questions. Dr. Pfizer, what do you do? Set up a field hospital? I mean, how do you set up for 300,000 people? Or do you take over a parking lot with emergency vehicles?
So we have a brick and mortar hospital on the premises.
Okay.
And it's actually one of the longest standing structures here.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd like, I'd give you
how many beds?
18 beds. And every single one of them is full, including the overflow tent right outside, including a ground zero tent set up for the snake pit alone, dedicated. And, there's always something going on there. Entertainment du jour this year was throwing glass bottles up in the air and see where they land. So our EMS division, which is our EMS physicians for our U School of Medicine, were suturing heads and releasing people back up.
Do you have most of your problems with the snake pit or with the audience?
That I discovered those. And great question. There's actually no problems. It's all expected illnesses, injuries that you would see on a day like this.
And have you seen the medical emergencies change over time?
Yes.
I mean, what's your number one, number two?
Well, weather is always going to be either our friend or our enemy. And whatever happens that year, we're going to be prepared for that. Whether we're going to be seeing overheating emergencies, this is a very common one. We see overindulgences, people getting really, really excited.
That's an understatement.
Musculoskeletal injuries, some sort of, rolled ankles, stuff like that, cuts, bug bites.
So have you dealt with airborne illnesses?
Not on a scale of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I mean, 330,000 people together, at least most of it is outside. All of our grandstands are outside. There's always going to be some sort of airborne illness present. That's just the reality of it, but not to the scale that we're speaking of today.
But you can't require that people have vaccinations, so that you're anticipating in both of you that something's going to happen. We're going to get some kind of patients.
That's correct.
And what kind of setup do you have, both your security as well as your health setup?
We contract for our event security services with CSC, Contemporary Services Corporation, and for a Pacers game, we'll have about 150 guards present in various assignments, outside presence, most screening at the doors, weapons screening at the doors, and then around the court and other areas. And we supplement that with police officers that we hire and our usher team as well. And then medically, we have Indianapolis Emergency Medical Services provide ambulance and paramedic support, and we hire internal EMTs. Most of them are off-duty firefighters that we hire to staff various first aid rooms. And we see a smaller scale, but thankfully we're air-conditioned, but many of the same things that Dr. Visor sees.
Yes, because you have indoor ventilation.
Right, which is helpful. Yeah. And so for airborne illnesses, as COVID was coming about, we had deep conversations with our EMS provider, with ambulance service, and they would follow county protocols, which I think was to mask the patient if they had someone presenting with respiratory signs, and we could do some sort of conversation with them. They would do it, try to find out if they had been in contact with anyone with COVID, or if they presented a fever or anything else, and if they were symptomatic, then we would ask them to leave. We'd have to ask them to leave the venue and then report that to the county when we were right in the heart of coming back out of it.
Yeah. Our concern is also about someone comes in and does something to the water or something like that. What do you do about ghost guns? Can you screen everything?
I mean, I worry about them, right? Yeah. For sure. The weapons, metal detector. We've gone mostly to metal detectors, right? When I first started, we didn't have that, right? And we've gone to that. We used to use a hand water for rock shows. We do pat people down. And then you find their bottles of liquor and other stuff. But metal detectors don't find that. They don't find ghost guns, right? Which I think is a big vulnerability that we all are aware of. And so we can't find that. There's no way to screen. Sort of a theme the last few speakers has been, we can screen for metal, right? We can find guns. Sergeant Brown can have his guys walk around with backpacks and detect radiological sources, chemical sources. There's no way to real-time screen if someone is actively contagious or carrying a biological agent. That technology is not available and hopefully under development.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Visor, what do you worry about the most?
Oh my God.
What keeps you up at night?
The entire month, may I barely sleep. But it's just the responsibility of making sure that the event goes smoothly. And I worry about the drivers. I really do. I know that they can get hurt, and there's only so much you can do because they love what they do. But I worry about them getting hurt. I worry about guests of the venue. I worry about all of the things that we talked about here, all the things that are outlined in our 300-page emergency action plan, every scenario that's outlined. But it's actually incredibly comforting knowing how grateful our agencies are, how great our agencies are at what they do, and knowing that they're absolutely dedicated and making sure this event goes smoothly.
Mr. Ball, what do you worry about at night? Other than ghost guns.
Yeah, now I'll worry more about ghost guns. I'm sort of the same as Dr. Visor. Everything. I still sleep well at night because of the great partnerships we have here. I feel like our team does a great job understanding the threat and the risks and the vulnerabilities we face. Again, sometimes I say I'm the chief worrying officer because we have to worry about everything from somebody tripping and falling on the stairs to a terrorist attack and trying to blow us up and everything in between. So, we have to have at great expense, we're a private company, at great expense to ourselves, we have to have, it takes a lot of resources to be prepared to prevent those things and have something in place to respond. So it's sort of everything. I worry about the guests. We want them to come and have a great experience. Being hurt or attacked is not a great guest experience, honestly. And the guests, the participants, someone not paying attention, right, not doing what they're supposed to do and leaving a vulnerability. So we're well aware of sort of the breadth of the risks and threats we face. Agent Lakes Farrell talked about the threat assessment report. He just sent us ours for the upcoming NBA season. So fresh in my mind, all the things that we have to worry about.
Thank you very much. Both remarkable.
I come from the Philadelphia area, and Philadelphia sports fans are known for their passion and other things. And the Philadelphia Eagles didn't have a hospital, but we had a court with a judge and a holding cell.
I know your risk.
And a detox. Don't they have a detox center there too? Indiana hospitality doesn't require that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's as it's I finish early.
I think so Donna has moved us up on time. It says 15-minute break. Is that correct? I'm looking at the T.
30.
I know, but we're early. I see Brett. I see Dr. Marsh here. I know that Dr. Telenko is here. And he has arrived. Would you like to push on or do you want a break?
It's your call. Is Dr. Ebner here?
Yes, they are here.
Everybody's here. Let's start your call.
Okay. Because the sooner we finish, the sooner my fellow panelists get a tour of the Motor Speedway, of which we didn't get to do earlier.
Sun's out.
So and the sun is out right now. So if we could switch out for the final panel, that would be terrific. Thank you. Okay, we're on our last panel, folks. And before John Ball leaves, I want to just confirm the story. And for my colleagues, and this is a good transition to animal and plant issues. My first chief of staff when I went to Congress is a woman named Mel Raines. Mel had worked in Washington, D.C., in various administrations and so forth, but she was my first chief of staff. And then the Pacers lured her away, and she now works for the Indiana Pacers. And in fact, she is the president of Pacers Sports and Entertainment now. After being at the Pacers for a while, I asked her how her job was going. And she was responsible for the building, as I understand her. She was head of the facility, which was something other than Cambridge at the time. But, and I said, how's it going? She said, well, we got news right before the circus was beginning that there had been a disease outbreak up in Chicago where the animals had been. And do you remember this, Dr. Marsh? And so she and a team, you may have been called as part of the team, got this news right before the circus is beginning. And they were very concerned about an outbreak. I don't recall what disease it was, but she had to wait and get information about that disease outbreak from the animals that were transported by train down from Chicago to Indianapolis, go out and find out from from scientists as to whether or not this animal was sick and was probably contagious or not. And they ended up having to shut down the circus for that. Is that correct, John? Okay, so the circus went on. I'm sorry, but you had to stop the train from coming so that the contagious animal would not come into the building with whatever disease it had. So these are what arenas, it's not just concerts and, incredibly healthy athletes, but an animal that they were concerned was going to spread disease. So with that, we are going to our final.
It was hard to get that mask on the elephant.
So with that, we're going to our last panel, and thank you so much for being here today. Just by way of introduction, Dr. Brett Marsh. Marsh has been our Indiana's, it doesn't say how long you've served as our state veterinarian, but it's been as long as I can remember. How long, Dr. Marsh?
94.
Since 1994. So he has served as our Indiana state veterinarian, responsible for all statewide animal health programs, as well as providing inspection services for meat, poultry, and dairy product industries, which are huge. He has served as special detail to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Homeland Security staff, and I believe we met when I became U.S. Attorney in 2001, and we formed the state's first anti-terrorism task force, and included Dr. Marsh in that, of course. And so he's past president of Indiana Veterinary Medical Association and the United States Animal Health Association. So thank you so much for being here. Dr. Paul Ebner, thank you for being here. Fred was so excited when he saw that you graduated from Kalamazoo College, and but then so interestingly became a Peace Corps volunteer in Paraguay, and many of us know quite a bit about Peace Corps. But then you joined Purdue's Animal Sciences faculty in 2006, and Purdue is the university here where that is the university for our state that has the animal sciences. And but you have done so much internationally, Romania, being involved with Heifer International. You're now involved with USAID on Egypt, and are very incredibly focused on extension type workshop, even in Afghanistan, which some of us had the opportunity to travel to while we were in Congress. And I love that you set up, when I read this, the Department of Food Technology at Herat University, which I would wonder if that is still up and running. But in any event, thank you so much for being here as well. Dr. Darcy Telenko, also from Purdue, is an associate professor and extension field crop pathologist with the Department of Botany and Plant Pathology at Purdue University. And she is focused on, with her extension team and with her expertise and those that she works with, going out, understanding new diseases out in our corn and soybean fields and other fields, and the potential impact on our agricultural community, which is huge, as you've already heard from the governor. You originally got your bachelor's from Cornell and Southern Illinois, and crop sciences and plant pathology in North Carolina State. So welcome to all of you. We look forward to hearing your remarks that our team has talked with you about, and then we'll have some questions for you. And again, this is a shift. This is a shift still focused on biology, but protecting the best things since sliced bread. And really, agriculture in all of its forms, so critically important, not only to the state of Indiana, but to the United States and to the world, being large exporters of our products. And we're very proud to help feed the world and feed this country. And so with that, Dr. Marsh.
Well, thank you very much. And Representative Brooks, Representative Shalala, as co-chairs of this commission meeting, and other commission members, it's a great honor to be before you today. I think we need to give a little agricultural perspective to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just a short distance outside those windows will be the winner of the next Indianapolis 500. And for those of you who watched the winner, and on that circle, there's a hand that comes up through the crowd that's carrying a bottle of cold milk. And on the other end of that bottle is an Indiana dairy farmer. There's actually two Indiana dairy farmers on that podium. One is the apprentice for next year's race as they get practice. Each race driver gets the choice of whether they want whole, 2%, or skim. Cold throughout the course of the race. So we wanted to give you an agricultural spin to the Indianapolis 500. But we are proud of our agricultural products here in the state. The governor announced early today our rankings in animal agriculture, #1 in commercial ducks,
We're also number one in veal. 25% of the veal in the United States comes from northern Indiana. We're number two in eggs. That's billions of eggs. We're also what's referred to as number two in egg-type hatch. Those are the chicks that are hatched that lay the eggs. And there we're number two in the nation for that here. Number three in pounds of turkey, number five in swine. We also have a ranking. If they still kept the records when they last kept these records, of course, it's become so consolidated that if you give a national ranking for a state, you'll know which company it is. So they stopped doing that. But at the time, we were number two in ice cream production. And with the advancements and changes here in Indiana, and since those records were kept, I suspect we're probably pretty close to number one. We have been number one in an ice cream I don't eat much of. It's low-fat ice cream. So we're real proud of the products that are produced here. In addition to our meat inspection program, we have 140 plants around the state that we provide inspection services to. It's not possible to talk about preparedness moving forward without talking about how we prepared in the past. And in 2016, Indiana was hit with highly pathogenic avian influenza. And we had a major event in our state at that time. The nation faced its greatest threat of avian influenza in 2015 in the upper Midwest. Indiana was spared in that year, but we picked it up the following year. Had a number of cases involved, and I reported on this at your commission meeting at Kansas State University a few years ago. But as luck would have it, we became the first to have a commercial diagnosis in turkeys in February of 2022. And last year became the largest national event, animal health emergency event in the nation's history. As has already been reported, we've had 47 states that have been affected by this virus. Commercial operations numbering nearly 300 of those sites, but also interestingly, 500 of those sites that were diagnosed in the last year are on small flocks and backyard flocks all across the country. So we had 47 states that were impacted by that. But I think if we were giving recommendations to other states or even other countries, one of the things is plan during peacetime and figure out how, and this has been mentioned at this podium several times today, is trying to figure out what those challenges are and to address them before they become an event. And again, we look to our experience in 2015 and 2016 to harden our preparedness initiatives here in our state. As has been mentioned with the growth and development of animal agriculture in this state, we have to be prepared. It's a great economic opportunity. On the other hand, it can present a great threat. And so we have to be much better prepared than we have been in the past. Part of that is just outreach and education. That's been mentioned from the public health community at this podium today. But what is the threat? Is today the threat high-path avian influenza? Is it African swine fever that's been diagnosed in the island of Hispaniola in the Caribbean for the first time in the Western Hemisphere in 40 years? So it's in the Dominican Republic and Haiti. So we're dealing with those issues. Is it foot and mouth disease? If we were looking at a global map, 4/5 of the land mass of the earth has foot and mouth disease. And so fortunately, the United States has been spared a number of these diseases, and several have been eradicated over time. Our last experience with foot and mouth, for example, is almost 100 years ago. And so when I hear about 100 years ago for COVID, or the COVID-like incidents, influenza-like illness, it reminds me of foot and mouth disease because we can't become complacent. It's important for us to always be prepared. But understanding what the threat is, as you mentioned, I worked on a special detail in Washington, and I was asked during a briefing by the U.S. Forest Service as they prepare for forest fires each year to determine, in their goal to protect life and property, where forest fires may be during the next season. And they've sophisticated systems to determine that. So they turned to me at the end of the brief and they said, well, Dr. Marsh, what do you think? And I said, well, as a veterinarian, I'll predict that we'll have classical swine fever where the hogs are. But we don't know where they are. So I came back to Indiana and we started the first premises registration program in Indiana, not to determine how many anyone had, because we knew only one animal could be an infected animal. Just do you have a pig or a cow or a bird on these sites? And so now, since that time, we've registered over 60,000 sites in this state that have livestock on them. So when we get an event, we're not trying to determine who has them, but rather who all may be impacted as a result of that experience. So I really applaud the industry at some other end of the crowd here today for stepping up and registering premises, because it's so critically important, because we didn't have those tools in the past. We utilize a database that's called the USA Herds database that keeps track of all this premises information, and it's absolutely critical to our success. In addition to identifying premises, I think the governor mentioned this morning identifying animals themselves as they move throughout production systems. We've handed out millions of electronic tags. They're called 840 tags. 840 stands for the United States. And so if you get an animal that has a 124 prefix on it, it's from Canada, for example. And so we can track animals, and not only electronically by animal, but veterinarians can use that information and place it on electronic certificates of veterinary inspection, which all used to be paper. And now over 90% of the animals that move into or out of Indiana are on electronic documentation. So we don't have to handle the paper that we used to. We're also doing site-specific planning. I know we're on a major site here, and there's a lot of planning that takes place here. We're doing the same thing with livestock and poultry producers in the state. Is this your premise on a satellite image? Yes, it's my premise. What's your plan for that site if highly pathogenic avian influenza hits it? What's your depopulation and disposal plan? How would you go about that task? And so in the past, they used to call upon the government to come out and do the depop and depopulation, and there is a good bit of that. But on the other hand, with the continuing advancements in animal agriculture and the size of sites, it's become important for the owners themselves, just as we heard with the Pacers or IMS to do planning themselves. Similarly, we're seeing this in animal agriculture. So there's a lot of planning on that as well. But early detection is what's absolutely essential. We have to have it. And one of my great fears is that we don't diagnose it early enough and becomes prevalent throughout the country before it gets diagnosed. We also have veterinarians on our team for a rapid response that are trained to be foreign animal disease diagnosticians. They receive additional training. So if we get one of those calls of something that's out of the ordinary, generally on Friday afternoons about 4 o'clock, and we'll dispatch someone to the site to take a look at those animals, collect the appropriate tissues, and get them off to our laboratories. We have colleagues in the crowd here today that run our Indiana Animal Disease Diagnostic Laboratory at Purdue University as part of a network of laboratories, the National Animal Health Laboratory Network that actually was started post 9/11. And now they started with 12 laboratories, and now it's up to 60 across the country. We also utilize Plum Island, New York, and now all those functions are being used to moved to the MBAF facility, the National Bio and Agri-Defense facility that's being built and now completed on Kansas State University's campus. So there's a lot of activity that takes place. There's mobilization of personnel to site when they become infected. And one of our great concerns is that we have veterinary deserts in our state where we simply don't have veterinary coverage. And so with the help of the governor and the legislature, we've established the Indiana Center for Animal Policy. And it places the Indiana Board of Animal Health as well as the Board of Veterinary Medicine, which is the licensing board for veterinarians, together under one center so that we can work on these issues and try and solve some of the challenges of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ebner.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for the invitation. My name is Paul Ebner. I'm a professor of animal sciences at Purdue University. And my experience at Purdue University, I've been very fortunate to be involved in a lot of different international development programs. And today I'd like to talk a little bit about biosecurity and things that I've seen. I'll define biosecurity very broadly. This is biosecurity of livestock and poultry farms, is all those activities that we do to prevent a pathogen from coming on the farm. If it comes on the farm, the activities that we do to make sure it doesn't transmit through the farm, and then finally those activities that prevent that pathogen from leaving the farm and infecting other locations. So in my work in different countries, and this is mostly lower middle income countries, I've seen intensification increase, and you'll often see very high capacity livestock facilities in the most unlikely of places. I have not seen concurrent advances in biosecurity. This is for those farms themselves, but also for the existing farm systems that were already there, whether they're informal markets, smallholders, as Dr. Marsh talked about. So the result is that many of our neighbors, and these are not livestock dense countries, are not prepared to prevent those pathogens from coming into their farms. They have little capacity to contain them if they do show up, and they have little ability to prevent them from transmitting well beyond those farms. So in some cases, at some point, those pathogens, those diseases become endemic. So for the United States livestock and poultry production, that means an increasing number of sources with an increasing number of threats and an increased likelihood that our own biosecurity will eventually be breached. So there are numerous reasons for the slower adoption of biosecurity. I'll touch on one, and that's biosecurity is context specific. What we actually do to prevent those pathogens from coming on the farm is depends on context. A lot of what we know about biosecurity is developed for large systems in the United States or Europe. They don't account for what are very often very complex food and animal production systems. There's informal markets, formal markets, regulated slaughter, non-regulated slaughter. There's a whole host of other factors to consider. Identifying what works in context requires very well-designed and robust applied research to identify what works. There's reasons why this doesn't happen in countries. I'll touch on one that I think is critical, and it relates to your last year report on universities and the triple helix of public sector, private sector, and universities having these robust relationships to solve these problems as they come up. Most of the countries I work in either have a very weak triple helix or it's absent. This has ramifications, but one of the big ramifications is the lower or a very reduced ability to produce actionable research to find out what works in these situations. So in the Commission's report, you also talk about extension. I think this is another role that extension could fulfill. So we think of extension professionals as educators. In fact, in Indiana, the county extension agents are called county extension educators. These educators are also very skilled in designing and implementing very applied research programs that produce immediately translatable results. These same individuals are also very skilled in producing the programs that facilitate the adoption of these results or these technologies. So there is a role for extension to work with our international partners to create not only or identify not only those practices that work, also the practices that people will actually do. There's huge implementation gaps in biosecurity. And we really have to focus on behavior and what is adoptable in these different situations. So, as noted in your previous report, there's limited funding mechanisms for biosecurity research when it comes to livestock and poultry production. There are fewer resources for research that would take place outside of the country. This would require new investment. And its investment, I think, is critical not only to our own biosecurity, but it also underpins several of our other international goals, whether it's improving nutritional outcomes, especially in protein-deficient countries, or increasing economic opportunities for marginalized communities. In many cases, women are in charge of the livestock in different countries, increasing trade capacity or sustainability, and finally, decreasing the reliance on antibiotics in many of these countries, which are used to, in many cases, mask biosecurity inefficiencies. And honestly, they're very effective, in many cases, and accessible and affordable. However, they come with very serious global public health threats. So with that, I'll finish. And again, I thank you for inviting me, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Dr. Talenko.
No, I thank you again for inviting me. It's a lone, I guess, plant person on the thing. So I think I go switch gears a little bit just because plants are a little bit different. So I'm in the extension plant pathologist at Purdue. My responsibility is research and extension program to promote sustainable and economically sound disease management practices in our field crops. My program emphasizes corn, soybean, and wheat, some of the major crops here in Indiana. But I also have counterparts that work in Purdue on ornamentals, fruit crops, vegetables, turf, and industry. So one of the first questions I was given is, what plants do you think at most risk? And in reality, it's all plants are at risk from biological threats. All plants have a series of organisms that can impact their production.
But a little background on plant diseases, it gets a little more complicated. Just like animals and humans, they can get sick. But it's important to know that we not only have to have the plant present, the pathogen present, but also the environment plays a big role in what happens in season. So we have a lot of endemic pathogens, but each season is going to be different depending on those environmental conditions that the crops are exposed to. And so it's important, that's part of our work, is trying to predict the risk in season to make informed decisions for our growers to protect that crop. As we look at pathogens, there are anything that can cause reduced growth, quality, and production. We deal with about 8 major groups of pathogens with plants. So fungi, fungal-like organisms, bacteria, phytoplasms, viruses, viroids, nematodes, and parasitic plants. So that's a wide range of different organisms, right? I would say my program focuses mainly on the fungal pathogens that are influencing crop production in corn and soybeans. But I also want to acknowledge on the plant side, not only diseases, but weeds and insects can also impact our plant health and food security on the crop side of things. So just an example, there are global examples of plant disease epidemics that have impacted humans and environment. The Irish potato famine, in the 1800s, shifted immigration. The Dutch elm disease changed our American landscape. And I'm here in Indiana, I think I've been brought to the panel because I'm currently dealing with tar spot of corn, so a new disease that came into the United States in 2015. I also have counterparts that are dealing with bitter rot of apple, anthracnose of strawberry, boxwood blight. We're also dealing with fungicide resistance of our new populations, and how do we handle them if we lose our tools that we already are using to manage them. Downy mildew and cucurbits. And also we monitor for the select agents. An example would be Ralstonia that's listed on that select agent list for pathogens for the United States. So tar spot of corn is my example of what we've been dealing with here in Indiana. It was first detected here in the United States in 2015. Here in Indiana, it caused a significant yield loss, and it's expanded to surrounding states. For example, in 2021, it could cause up to 50% loss in some of our cornfields. And that's a significant impact to our ag production. If we look back so we started really monitoring it in 2018 when the disease took off in the crop canopy. It's caused about 59 million bushels lost to our U.S. corn production, which is about $2.9 trillion in lost revenue for our farmers. Here in Indiana, it's about 107 million bushels that we estimate is lost. So that's about $489 million for the Indiana growers. So this is just one disease. We can't really put up borders to keep these diseases from moving because some of them are blowing on wind and in spores and they survive in our residue. But it's important that we're out there monitoring it. So my team has been very involved in tracking this disease and collaborating with our diagnostic lab and also working with the industry and counterparts in surrounding states. We utilize a national network of extension plant pathologists from our land grant institutions. I was actually with a couple just yesterday up in Michigan. And so we also, team up with the national IPM centers to track and monitor this disease and other ones, and in various crops. So that includes pathogens and insects as well. But it's important for us to be connected to the farms and with extension. And I think that's the one thing that brought me to Indiana is a strong ag and strong extension system that we have in place. And so I just can't emphasize the importance of that extension system in all 92 counties. It allows us to provide a rapid response when we're hit with something like tar spot of corn. We continue to see this disease spread, and right now it's now been confirmed in 18 states and moved into Ontario, Canada. It's interesting because the disease was in Mexico for over 100 years. And why did it take so long to get here? And there's many questions that we're still trying to answer because we're really 5-6 years into trying to research this here in the United States. But I think here in Indiana, our strength is that we have Purdue, the land grant institution. We're one of the top land grant institutions in the country. And we have programs that support our ag across the state nationally and the strong extension system. On the disease detection side of the plants, I work closely with our state Purdue Plant Diagnostic Lab. It's the forefront of our disease detection in plants here, new or emerging. Pathogens, pests, insects, weeds that would come into that clinic. And that can be from anyone from a homeowner to the industry side, sending us samples to try to confirm what's going on in the field. This lab is connected to our National Plant Diagnostic Network. They'd also be in connection with the USDA, APHIS, and PPQ if there was something that we hadn't found that they find. In the plant system, we are connected with the Indiana State Department of Ag, our industry counterparts, and then again, extension. So I feel it's true. I'm truly fortunate to be a part of this, and it's critical we have this extension system in all 92 counties in Indiana. They're providing us a resource where I can reach out to all of those A&R educators and try to tell them to get out in the field and look for some of these new pathogens of concern in our crops that may impact our production. We have set up a great network of new and emerging diseases with the extension counterparts that I work with. We meet monthly all season long to talk about what's shifting in the United States. So if I hear that something's going on in Mississippi, I can keep an eye on, is that pathogen going to move up and cause problems here in Indiana, that we need to make sure our growers are out getting ready to make an informed decision to put something out to protect the crop. So that's kind of an overview of what we've been doing in Indiana. So I do have a few suggestions for actionable items. I think it's important that we encourage collaboration and open sharing between the federal, state, and universities and private organizations. We also have to be respectful of the privacy of our network and those farms and people we work with. I think we need to continue, if not expand these fundings and program and extension in the diagnostic network, both nationally and state levels. I see regionally some of our extension programs have been constricted. They've gone to regional models, and we lose that boots on the ground people in the field to help us detect these different issues. And, there are great examples of where extension teams up with other systems where we work with our commodity boards. I've seen in the crowd, we have our Indiana corn and soybean commodity boards here. We have people present, but we also work with the United Soybean Board. So there's an example that they can come in and they backfill some of the funding we need for weed management. We have a soybean cyst nematode coalition that's a public, commodity, and private cooperation that helps try to figure out this disease that can cause $1 billion in loss in soybean annually if we don't try to manage that. So that's one suggestion. I think we also need to look at making sure we're backfilling some of the erosion that is occurring at the expertise in our land grant systems. Some of our positions following retirements haven't been filled. And so that puts a lot of pressure on those of us that still remain within the system to then cover more than what was under our umbrella. And so it's critical, in addition to providing funding for this basic research, we also have to have the applied and extension expertise ready to rapidly respond and give practical on-farm, unbiased data in combating these threats when they have immediate risks to production. For example, we have lost a critical weed science position. We have not refilled our mycotoxin position for grain, and currently no plans for a soil fertility position as that person retires. And this is just here at Purdue, but it's not just here. I can see it regionally where we're not refilling some of these critical positions. And so it makes me worried for the future of how we have boots on the ground to monitor for these threats. And the other thing is having these people in place to also train our next generation of workforce for the needs, both in academia, industry, and government. I can't put out enough grad students the industry is asking me for, and I'm trying, but there's only, our capabilities are only so wide. So we just really have to make sure that we have the scientists with the skills in place to monitor these pathogens in the future. And it's important to try to integrate all the new technology, and we're working on that at Purdue. We have a lot of different technology initiatives working with AI and drone technology and detecting these pathogens. But we also need to make sure that baseline infrastructure still remains in place to provide proactive versus reactive reactions, not only here in the state, but nationally. And finally, I just have one more comment on making sure we don't overregulate the tools we have in our pocket. And I acknowledge we need to sustainably use pesticide products and other items, but if they're overregulated to the point of not being available, then we won't have anything to try to manage or mitigate a new problem that we don't know is coming. And so I think that's really important. There's a current example about where they're trying to attack some herbicides out there on the market right now. But I think it's important to understand if we don't have these tools, we can no longer protect the crops that we're trying to produce, the production, and protect our food security here in the United States.
Thank you very much. Very thought-provoking, all of you. And I'm going to go ahead and just start with a question. So the extension agents or educators, I'm sorry, you said extension. They used to be called agents, but maybe that... Some state, okay, but here we call them extension educators. Are all of you working with the extension educators, and are they all based through Purdue, just out of curiosity? And so is it you have specific with plant expertise and different with animal expertise, or are they jacks of all trades, so to speak, in the agriculture sector?
Well, they're jacks of all trades, but Purdue is the hub. So Purdue hires all the county extension educators that are in our all 92 counties. Generally, we have an agriculture natural resources. That's their acronym educator for most counties. So they would focus on the crops, the animals of concern. We have 4-H educators on the youth education side. So we do interact with them. So we bring them to campus every year for trainings. I have monthly calls with mine that are involved in the field crop side of things. We have these calls to inform them of things that are going on. So there is a good connection there between us at the state level to the counties as well.
Do they take on investigative roles actually as well? If a farmer, whether it is one of their livestock or a plant, do they actually call them out to help them do the analysis and help them decide where to go from there?
They can. There are appointments in the veterinary college and the animal disease diagnostic lab. There are extension appointments for some of those faculty members and staff members. So there may be site visits that are possible. We have collaborated with the university, for example, from the Board of Animal Health to go visit a site depending on what the specific issue is. So extension is an important and critical component. I know I utilized it extensively over the years. They were often the ones who invited me to a local meeting to have a conversation about, so what are we trying to detect? How's the reporting system work? How do we proceed from here? So they're a critical component in our state.
Okay, thank you. Want to add anything further?
There's some aspects of Purdue that you see at other universities, but are somewhat unique. And one of them is we have campus specialists. So on campus, faculty, do you have an extension?
Yeah, I'm extension.
So we're both tenure track faculty, but we both have partial extension appointments. So that's a little bit different from a lot of states, especially those in the South. It really facilitates communication and better programming.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say so. We're involved in it. I have like a 70% extension appointment with my appointment. So I'm probably in 30 counties every year, giving updates to farmers, growers, consultants on what we're seeing on the disease side for field crops. This is such a big crop, but we do have that great connection that allows us to interact with them, share what we're learning, and then also bring back feedback should they see something new or emerging that we don't know about.
Right. Terrific. Donna.
Thank you very much. I did want to point out to Dr. Ebner that I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Iraq, and I actually visited the volunteers in Paraguay at one point.
Really?
Has the anti-vaccine movement, the anti-science movement that was before COVID, but certainly got stronger, spilled over into veterinary science, into agriculture? The land-grant universities have had long relationships with the farmers in their state. Has that made a difference in terms of the acceptance of new science, advice, guidance? Dr. Marsh?
Yeah, that's a fair question. And indeed, we have seen some of that. There have been some in the companion animal world, for example, that may choose not to have their dogs or cats vaccinated because of their position on COVID.
What about the cows?
The cows, generally not as much. But what we have seen is a debate about mRNA vaccines, and that was the basis of the COVID vaccines. And so are those that are saying, well, because of the concerns about COVID vaccines and their developments, then mRNA vaccines and livestock should not be used. The reality is that it's in early development. There's not a lot of those vaccines in the livestock community. And of course, we want to embrace the best science we can to protect animals. And
what about bovine growth hormone?
Bovine growth hormone, of course, that's a product that has been used in the dairy industry for a number of years. It's still being used, but there are some labeled products that say that it's not being used, as you may be familiar. So it may be used on some sites, but there is a label on some where it's not been used on production sites.
Dr. Abram?
Internationally, I haven't seen that. I mean, there's always misconceptions. And it seems to be a lot surrounding animal agriculture, but I have not seen that a rejection of science.
on the plant side, we're not really dealing with vaccines. We're dealing with protected products.
But it's also science.
No, and so I guess it would come back to the trusting us, right? And so being an extension, there's a trust that we build, and so I haven't seen it
built over decades.
Right. You build that rapport. So then, and then if you share that information, they're very willing to accept it, especially if they see those things implemented on their own farm. So we do a lot of on-farm research throughout the system. We've set up, I have sentinel plots across the state to monitor things so they can see, with some of our research programs on the farms, they can go out and have see a firsthand view of some of the importance of protecting some of these crops from the various diseases.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Fred?
Well, thank you. And I just got to start off and say I think Indiana has such a good reputation because they stole a Michigander to come down and. So thanks. I have a couple of questions. I represented an ag district, fruit and vegetables from asparagus to apples. We had dairy, corn, turkeys, but not number. I don't know where we are on the list, but we had a lot of turkeys where I was up in Holland, Michigan.
Isn't that how you got elected?
Yeah, which finger is it? I don't remember. Okay. I have these certain initials, you got to be careful. But usually takes a little while. Dr. Marsh, you said that how many other states register animals in terms of locations like you do here in Indiana? Is that something that's pretty widespread across the country, or?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and this actually started at about 2003 to 2005 across the country, and it was very controversial. We're only the second state to require it at that time, and it's still that way. There's premises registration in states across the country, but it's voluntary. We're one. Wisconsin is the only other state that requires premises registration. Of course, the concern at the time was you'll know about how many animals I have, et cetera. Well, that's of no consequence to us. We learned in 2003 with mad cow disease or bovine spongiform encephalopathy in the cow of Washington State, it only took one to shut down the entire U.S. beef trade. So we registered, and again, have had good success with that.
So as an example, during the COVID era, there's an area just outside of Caine College where Paul went that had minks.
Yes.
And minks a carrier of COVID. I don't know that they ever were registered with, I learned about it, and I think they had some escapees. So I think that's a very important thing. Paul, one more question. So you talked to Dr. Marsh about the job that Indiana does with meat inspection.
Yes.
So we're on, sadly, the brink of perhaps a government shutdown this weekend. There's some word that if, in fact, that does happen, that food inspection is going to dip dramatically. How will that impact Indiana? What's your relationship with the feds? What's your sense if we hit that shutdown?
That's a great question. And when we've had shutdowns in the past, there's been a negotiation with FSIS, the Food Safety and Inspection Service, to continue those inspections. And of course, during COVID, it was the Defense Production Act that kept those sites open. So even during COVID, we could keep things going. We had workforce issues where we had employees that were concerned, et cetera, about continuing to work. But our state meat inspection program is one of 28 in the United States. Not all states have them. We actually use the model of Michigan and how they had a program in the past, and we wanted to keep ours here. It's a 50-50 fund between the state and the USDA, so we'll continue to work here.
It would have an impact, though.
It would certainly have an impact, absolutely.
And Paul, as I visited and I don't know when your ties still are to Michigan, when I would visit my animal farms, particularly those animals that were contained, so some dairy, but particularly hogs. We've got some pretty large hog, 10, 15,000 hogs all inside. Often when I would go in the last number of years, you wore booties, gloves, hat. In fact, I was thinking about the last hog facility that I saw that was being built in Three Rivers, just south of Kalamazoo, actually had stainless steel booths just so they could wash them down and rinse them to make sure that they were clean. Do you see that similar in your travels overseas? I mean, is that even anywhere close to a norm or not?
No. So a lot of these systems are incredibly complex. So you have these and more intensified farms coming in, and like you're describing, it's enclosed facilities with high numbers. The biosecurity there is lacking, but they're also part of a much bigger system, which has backyard flocks and backyard pigs, wild animals. It has weak regulation or not enforceable regulation. Plus, it has informal markets that are not regulated. So what I think needs to happen is taking a systems approach to this. Like we can make this farm biosecure, this intense system biosecure. But it's part of a huge system. And what I see is kind of piecemeal biosecurity, not taking into account that this type of farm is part of a huge system versus this type of farm. They look very, very different. But they also have some of the same very, very serious threats. So, yeah, I don't see that's my big concern is I don't see with intensification, I don't see biosecurity advancing at the same rate. And that leaves not only those farms, but the farms that existed before there, the systems that existed before, highly vulnerable. And that makes us highly vulnerable.
So I don't know if you're in a position to answer this, but I know that when we traveled overseas, when you come back on the customs form, you fill out, have you been on a farm or whatever? And if you check yes, what happens to that information? Does that come back to the state where you're from? Or, I mean, what?
They take your boots and they clean them up.
Yeah, they can't take your shoes and clean them if you're dirty.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. That's why I say no.
Actually, there is a request by many of the national commodity organizations that if you come back into the country and you've checked that you've been on farms and nothing happened, they want to know which flight you came back on and from where, and which airport you came back into the United States, because that's critically important so that we have those biosecurity checks in place. So,
is there a system, though, does it get reported back to the state of Indiana?
It doesn't come back to the state of Indiana, but if you have that experience, whether you're the National Pork Producers or the Turkey Council or the National Cattlemen's Beef, they want to know where that is, and they're collecting that data so they can share that to TSA and others.
Yeah. And Darcy, I just want to say just a comment. Thanks for what you do. When I met with my farmers, and it was often, they really listened to the extension agents. They really had wonderful information on whether it be moths or, I'm unaware of this new corn blight. And I got
in Michigan.
I like Indiana corn. It comes before Michigan. Michigan's got good corn, but Indiana comes a little bit beforehand. But there's such a wonderful relationship with our extension agents and our local ag community, and I'm glad that you were just outside of my district in the last couple of days, and I'm sure that you saw that at your meetings.
Yes, no, that's the one thing that's the strength out here, especially in Indiana, is we have this strong tie to our counties, and we can try to inform them and translate that science that's coming out of the university to be usable on farm.
Yeah, really a big impact. Thank you.
Terrific. Jim?
We, since this commission began, we've heard, we've had people talk about, we've thought about not just animal and plant agricultural pandemics, but the use of bioterror, the use of agricultural products in a bioterror event, using, if for no other reason than just the commercial damage it could do, if a terrorist created a pandemic, so to speak, using animals as vectors. But my question is that a real concern? Have there been threats of that? Has it happened anywhere in the world? I mean, there have been papers written about it, but most of what you see about it is sort of theoretical, hypothetical. It could happen. we know of any events where actually it has happened or anyone has attempted to use any kind of agricultural crop or animal for a bioterror event?
I'm not specifically aware of one here in the United States, but I think one of the things that we know, as I mentioned, foot and mouth disease, which would be of high consequence to the United States, exists in large expanses of the world. And so it's an easy virus to move if someone chose to. I think there has been, as Dr. Ebner has talked about, biosecurity has been one of the cornerstones here in the United States, talking about making your sites more biosecure. Who comes on and off the site? How is feed delivered? How's rendering handled? How's veterinary care provided? All those kinds of things, the traffic on and off of sites, and particularly with the size of sites, as he's mentioned. We go from very small to very large, and so the consequences are different for each of those. But it's a fair question. I don't have any specifics of one here in the United States, but the vulnerability certainly exists. You know, here in Indiana with a sow site that might have 10,000 sows on it, we have dairies with 15,000 cows. We have poultry operations with 5 million layers on them, down to someone here in Indianapolis with 3 hens. And so the risk is all up and down that continuum. So I think it's something we have to always keep in mind. When we receive calls about something that's out of the ordinary, even though it may not be front of mind, it's something that we always consider that someone has deliberately done it. One of the questions when we send out a foreign animal disease diagnostician, has anyone on the property been out of the country? It's just part of the standard protocol to say, you know, where might have an exposure taken place. So it's a fair question. Yeah, it's good.
I am not aware of any situations, but I do often think about how easy it could be, especially if you wanted to do economic damage. A virus like African swine fever, incredibly durable, exists for months in undercooked pork, highly manipulable, and it travels.
I don't know of any intentional ones, but I mean, I guess I'm dealing with one that was unintentional. We don't know how it got here, but you know, and that has significant impact here in Indiana on, you know, something we don't know. How do we adapt and affect that? You know, and some of our pathogens we might be able to quarantine and corner off that area, and we have tools available to implement those. But then others, depending on their dispersal, is going to really dictate how that will influence, you know, and if a third of the state has a severe disease outbreak, you know, what are we going to do? The next steps. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Peggy?
Well, thank you. This is really a rich discussion, and I think, you know, lots more to discuss, and we're going to have time for it today. I have a couple different questions that perhaps overlap slightly, but not so much. One has to do with, you know, continuing this conversation about some of the disease reporting and sort of screening for risk issues. And I hoped that perhaps you could talk a little bit more about what are the formal disease surveillance and reporting systems. You know, in public health, there's certain reportable diseases, and there's certain ways of doing syndromic surveillance or surveillance that isn't disease specific. And then there are networks of disease reporting that are either formal or informal, where countries share information about emerging risks, et cetera. You know, I know that in animal health and agriculture, there are issues about reluctance to report because many of the strategies for containment involve, you know, culling of flocks or you know, other animals. So I'm just sort of curious if you think that that's an area where we have the right systems in place. Do we need stronger mechanisms and oversight? Obviously, the kind of identification that you described helps you once you sort of know there's a problem in responding quickly and containing. But I'm just interested in your sense of the current framework and if more needs to be done.
Yeah, those are great questions. And indeed, we do have ongoing surveillance systems here in the United States for in animal populations depending upon the disease. For example, if it's foot and mouth disease, we have education programs about detecting. In that case, you have vesicular lesions. And so they may be on the snout, on the coronary band at the top of the hoof, those sorts of things. So we're asking people anything out of the ordinary that looks like that to call us. This also takes place at the processing plants, and so the inspectors on those sites are looking for animals that are abnormal or unusual. For example, also right now for African swine fever and classical swine fever, all samples that come to the diagnostic laboratory, they run through a case definition. If they meet a case definition, then they become part of the national surveillance program for those diseases, and that's been ongoing for some time. It's been in place for classical swine fever for some time. It's been added now that African swine fever is in the Caribbean. So those are systems that are in place and constantly are looking. One of the concerns that I have is a disease like African swine fever does not present with vesicular lesions. And so we've trained people to look for vesicular lesions, but in this case, it might be unusual mortality or extensive mortality. And so those surveillance systems are constantly in place. Our best measure is prevention, whether it's coming in from other countries. And so whether it's travelers coming in, and if you have an opportunity, maybe you're familiar with the Beagle Brigade that USDA has. And so these dogs are constantly doing surveillance for luggage and packages that come into the United States, and they're quite effective. And a lot of product, illegal product that is, has been contained and kept from the country. So those are all procedures that are in place. Your comment with regard to reporting on the part of producers is really, really an important one, because, and that's why it's critically important that state and federal governments continue to provide indemnification to producers with identification of disease. Because if that doesn't exist, then I may be reluctant to report. But if I can be made whole at least to a market value for the animals themselves, and then we also go through a process of depopulation, disposal, cleaning and disinfecting the site, what we call virus elimination, a number of procedures in place. That's supported by USDA in this case for high-path avian influenza as an example. And that's really, really important, because if that doesn't exist, and it is unique to the United States, not all countries provide indemnification, and so those diseases may persist. The other thing that goes with your question is that we want to be sure that we can diagnose and respond rapidly, because we establish a control area around an infected site. So the producers that are within that control area are also affected because they have restricted movement and are placed under quarantine. They're not depopulated, but there's restriction placed on their movement. And we have to move quickly on the infected site at the middle of that circle. Otherwise, it's advantageous to be infected. So we need to move quickly to get them identified, depopulate the site so that we can release those control areas and other producers can go back, and therefore continuity of business becomes really critical.
I guess the other piece of my surveillance question that I should have asked also has to do with sharing of information about animal and potentially plant health and people that are focused on human health. I was health commissioner in New York City. You may know that West Nile in the U.S. first emerged in New York City. I was actually no longer health commissioner at the time, but still very much in touch. And everybody was very pleased with the response, because the health department had been going out and doing grand rounds at different hospitals, telling people, it's not just the reportable diseases, the official diseases, but unusual clusters of disease. And so it was actually someone from an ICU, I think in Queens, who reported some unusual patients with encephalopathy of unknown cause. And that led to further investigation, and the diagnosis began to emerge. But it turns out that if we'd just been talking to the vets in New York City, both at the zoo and those observing die-offs of birds in the parks, we could have made the diagnosis more accurately and more quickly. And increasingly, we appreciate the importance of spillover diseases and so zoonoses in the majority of emerging outbreaks and infectious diseases that we've witnessed in this country and around the world in the last few decades. So what about those communications?
No, I think and based on your experience, doctor, it has improved. For example, here in Indiana, the state public health veterinarian, or state public health from the Department of Health, is a veterinarian who's the lead epidemiologist. And so we meet with them frequently. And so whether it was COVID in a lion at the fair, at the zoo, for example, or animals at the exhibitions, so the interface between public health, also our Department of Natural Resources and the wild populations, there's been a lot of work, whether it's in mink and farm situations or white-tailed deer. There's been a lot of work done on COVID work in wild species. So there's been a lot of interchange. We host on a quarterly basis in my office what we call the state fed meeting. So it brings all the state and federal partners in at least on a quarterly basis to share this kind of information. So it's really valuable for those diseases of consequence at the national level. There are weekly situation reports that are distributed across the country. So this is what's going on with highly pathogenic avian influenza from coast to coast. And so those kinds of directives have been shared out across the country as well. But to your point, with regard to Dr. McNamara and the Bronx Zoo and others, I mean, you folks led the way, and we have learned from that experience. And so our relationship with these other partners has become stronger.
Can I get the indulgence of the chair to ask one more question? Where we have time, I think. And maybe I'll target this to Dr. Ebner. At the end of your opening comments, you touched on antimicrobial resistance, or the use of antibiotics in animal populations in other countries, and its potential risk. I'm just wondering if we could sort of get a better sense of what's happening in this country around the use of antibiotics in animal feed. I think we all understand that antimicrobial resistance is a real and growing problem, and some think it may be the biggest biological threat we'll face over the course of time, but it certainly is a significant one. When I was FDA commissioner, we actually made some significant movement forward working with the veterinary community and with industry to make commitments about reducing antibiotics in animal feed. There were questions about how much the antibiotics in animals actually translate into antibiotic resistance in humans, and there was a sense that we needed to understand more, do more research, do more ongoing surveillance, et cetera. But I'm curious, have we actually reduced the volume of antibiotics in animal feed in this country? And are we better studying the relationship between antibiotic use in animals and antibiotic resistance in human populations?
Well, with your work with the FDA, the veterinary feed directives were put in place in 2017. And so in order to get medically important antibiotics, so of course, those antibiotics that are important for human medicine, those had to be placed on prescription. So in order to get them in water and feed for animals, you had to have a relationship with a veterinarian and get a prescription for that. That started in 2017. I don't have the data right in front of me, but there's been a significant drop in the use of antibiotics in feed and water since 2015 as a result of the veterinary feed directive. And that was 96% of those medically important antimicrobials. The last 4% were injectables, and those came under a prescription status in June of this year. And so I just gave a talk last Saturday to a group about how that has changed. And so because of those actions, the use of those products has significantly changed. We'll have to see what impact that's had in the long run. But of course, one of the primary concerns was access, whether I'd still have access to those products, but it was preserved through the veterinarian through a script.
I will add that over 50% of the meat chickens produced in the United States are produced in antibiotic-free systems.
What percentage?
I think it's at 52%. So the broiler chickens produced in the United States are in antibiotic-free systems. The University of Minnesota produces a periodic report on antibiotic usage in livestock and poultry industries, and I can share that with you later, but you can see the decline across the different species.
Great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Rachel, did you? Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to push too hard on African swine fever because it's been mentioned several times, but I think it's an important illustration
of a threat where it could be coming very easily across the border, even though we had testimony from a fellow who was with Customs and Border Protection right now on loan from USDA APHIS, where he said that what was done in response to concerns about ASFE coming through someone's luggage was to train 78 more beagles. And that seems to me to be a fairly primitive response, where it is something that could be spread either inadvertently, throwing something in the garbage that's infected, or it would present a really, really effective weapon. And the economic impact in this country, where it's highly transmissible, highly virulent, great lethality, has a reservoir in feral animals as well, could be really devastating. So my question really is, we talked before about culling and what the response to a transmissible disease in animals has been, which you find it through symptoms. We don't necessarily have the best diagnostics, but in terms of looking for a deterrent, we don't have a vaccine. And I know that it's a difficult, at least for ASFB, it's very difficult. It's been difficult to develop a vaccine. But even if we had one, is the deterrent that it needs to be so inexpensive and easy to administer, whether water, I mean, you can't inject, maybe with hogs, it is possible, or some animals, but why don't we, if that's a deterrent to a use of a weapon. If you know that the target is already vaccinated, it's not a good weapon. So how are those priorities developed, I guess, is the basis of the question.
And before you go on, Brett, if you could talk a little bit more about how ASF is now in Haiti and Dominican Republic, and what USDA's response has been with the U.S. territories, I think that would be helpful to the commissioners.
There are two or three great items there. One of the consequences of African swine fever being diagnosed in the Dominican Republic is the first time it's been diagnosed in the Western Hemisphere in over 40 years. And so Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the island of Hispaniola, of great consequence to the United States, not only because it's in the Caribbean, but because there's a lot of boat traffic between there and Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands territories of the United States. Through the World Organization for Animal Health, the Virgin Islands of Puerto Rico are diagnosed with African swine fever. That has consequence for the entire United States, and trade has gone overnight. And between 25 and 50% of the U.S. pork production, it goes into international trade, and that would quit immediately. So there are great consequences for that. So the United States has actually utilized a new protocol through the World Organization for Animal Health that identifies that area around those territories as a protection zone. And so if indeed that protection zone becomes infected, since there are additional procedures for that protection zone, then it would not impact the entire United States. So it's critically important that it's never been used before. It was a protocol approved just by WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, just last May, May of 22 rather. And so the United States is the first to use it. So we're hopeful that it will be recognized if indeed we get that diagnosis. The Coast Guard and others have been really critical in watching and monitoring boat traffic amongst the islands down there. There's a lot of activity between the island of Hispaniola and Puerto Rico, for example, and so they'll intercept boats, return individuals back to the island of Hispaniola, et cetera, because, again, a lot of meat products, et cetera, are exchanged amongst family members and friends, et cetera, and that could have great consequence for us. Here in the United States, there is a pilot program. It's called the Swine Health Improvement Plan, and Indiana has been heavily involved in it. It is in its pilot program right now, but it would actually certify hers in the United States for freedom from African swine fever and classical swine fever. So we're working through that process. If we should get a diagnosis in the country, then testing protocols would be immediately launched, so there would be diagnostics put into place and utilizing our diagnostic systems across the country. I learned at a meeting in Raleigh, North Carolina, just 3 weeks ago that the Ag Research Service of USDA did indeed get an appropriate isolate that they have shared. It's not to commercialize it. It was taken to Vietnam. And so actually there's a commercial ASF vaccine that's been developed in Vietnam. I can't give you the name of the company right now. I'll have to find it. But some of that vaccine was actually shipped to the Dominican Republic to see if it could basically protect not only them, but the United States. As the early reports were, the results were not particularly encouraging. On the other hand, handling of the product's important, refrigeration, transportation, administration, et cetera. So we're not sure how well it was done. But I'm with you. There is not a country on the globe that has stopped the spread of this virus. And so we need additional tools. At least with foot and mouth disease, we have a vaccine. If we have classical swine fever, we have a vaccine. And if the country, the United States, chooses to use it, there are actually vaccines for highly pathogenic avian influenza. But we don't for African swine fever available in the country. I actually had some USDA officials report to me and said, we might approve it if it's first diagnosed in the country. And I said, well, that's a little late. I think we need it before then. So your questions are good, but I'm encouraged, at least by the work of our ARS, to get a commercialized product in another country.
One other question that came up as a result of the discussion earlier about the circus animals coming in. We also heard about the Indiana State Fair as one of the largest in the country, and that's wonderful. Is there an effort to develop diagnostics or to use certain techniques besides just observation at the fair? What do you do at the fair in terms of screening animals when they come in?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was asked several years ago by the Indiana State Fair to write a biosecurity plan, and I said, well, as long as we recognize that we break most of the codes of biosecurity at a fair. Just as long as we know that going in, because it is a large population there. I think the best example I can give to you is a collaboration we have actually with the Buckeyes at Ohio State and influenza. And a decade ago, we had influenza viruses in swine and children. It was actually determined to be the same virus. And so we did a lot of testing and collaborated with Dr. Andy Bowman of Ohio State University to continue to sample pigs on an ongoing basis for influenza viruses at exhibitions. So that's one example of what goes on. Actually, his research has been quite fascinating because his work with influenzas in swine and poultry has actually been beneficial, and shares that with the Jude Research Hospital for work in children. So it's been a real value, but it is of great consequence. We continue to monitor animals on the population. Anything that's out of the ordinary gets reported. There are veterinarians on the ground. They're actually staffed by Purdue University's College of Veterinary Medicine, so there are veterinarians on the ground. Our office of the Board of Animal Health is actually on the state fairgrounds property, and so if there's something, we can dispatch someone to the animal populations as well. Great question.
There are lots of human outbreaks associated with petting zoos. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Indeed, and we've been collaborating with the National Association of Public Health Veterinarians, and they've developed some documentation in collaboration with CDC, and we use that here in Indiana for those kinds of sites, and hand washing stations and all these sorts of things that have been put in place as a part of those recommendations. Yeah, it's good work.
Well, let's please thank the panel for all of your comments. All in this study. I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair for some closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Trust. If you have first-rate leadership at the top, this is what I've learned, and consensus among the people, a culture of working together, and you recruit a group of literally world-class professionals, you can deal with anything. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to be in Indiana today to see a place that actually works, where people work together and work out their differences. And I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about substantive approaches, but within the context of really bipartisanship. And I just leave here with a lot of hope for the future. And I want to thank my co-chair, who's been a leader in Indiana for a very long time, for the invitation and for hosting us here.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you so much. Jim, anyone else want to make any comments? No? Any?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. No.
We've impressed and encouraged.
Thank you. Very, very proud of all of the work that my fellow Hoosiers have done, not only for decades, quite frankly, for people who've been at the table and offering up solutions, offering up your passion, and very proud of the meeting that we held here today. We are going to be issuing more reports. We hope to take your recommendations and ideas and thoughts, and we'll use these for future reports that we hope educate those who are representing us in Washington, D.C. and in the White House. So thank you all very much for coming. Safe travels home. Thank you.